That it's better if you allow the American people to keep their own money, that you distribute power out of Washington, D.C., back to state and local governments who are closer to the people and can make better decisions that are more informed by what's actually happened in their individual states.
Democratic leader Chuck Schumer sees it like this.
There's a small group on that side of the aisle, MAGA hard right-wingers, who are dictating what's happened, and all the rest of the senators on the Republican side who know it's wrong, go along.
The U.S. Supreme Court says it will take up a campaign finance case as Republicans look to shelve limits on what parties can spend in coordination with candidates for Congress and president. Zachary Shemtab of the SCOTUSblog.com.
It's a challenge to whether political parties can be restricted from spending money on campaign advertising with input from political candidates. So this could potentially upend campaign finance regulations a great deal.
The Trump administration says it's investigated Harvard University and found the school failed to protect Jewish students from harassment and is now threatening to cut off all federal funding. Now to New York, CBS's Katrina Kaufman is covering the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial.
The jury has now gone back to deliberate. After all of these weeks of testimony, 34 witnesses, they are going to be deciding whether they ultimately think that Sean Combs is guilty of these crimes.
Police in Idaho call it an ambush. A man who they say set a fire, then shot at first responders, killing 2 firefighters. CBS's Andres Gutierrez says the body of the suspect was found.
They said that they found him after deputies ended up hanging his phone. There was a phone that had been in that particular spot for several hours right after 3 o'clock and had not moved since.
A dramatic rescue at sea, as we hear from CBS's Stacey Lynn.
A Disney Cruise Line ship was returning to Fort Lauderdale when a child fell overboard, and her father jumped in after her. The crew threw life preservers into the water and launched rescue boats to save them, while the father treaded water with his daughter in his arms. The heroic rescue caught on video and posted on social media by passengers, who cheered when the mission was complete.
There's word President Trump will visit a new immigration detention facility in Florida that's been labeled Alligator Alcatraz tomorrow. Checking Wall Street's, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 174 points. This is CBS News. A new analysis says a number of free VPN apps have possible links to China's government.
A new report says 17 virtual private network apps available on Google and Apple's app stores have undisclosed ties to China. Katie Paul is with the Technology Transparency Project.
Companies actually linked to China's People's Liberation Army that has been sanctioned by U.S. Department of Commerce.
Paul warns users,
all of your online activity is routed through those apps. All of that activity is being collected by apps that are linked to the Chinese government.
And more than half of them are still available for download.
What we're seeing here is a significant threat to user data.
Brad Gibson for CBS News.
LeBron James has formally said he will return for a record 23rd NBA season, exercising his $52.6 million option with the LA Lakers. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
President Trump's big, beautiful bill enters the final stretch in the Senate, or so they think. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power with a rare daytime vote-a-rama unfolding before our eyes here. It's expected to lead to a final vote in the Senate, but we got a lot to learn before then. This hour, we'll get an update from Jack Fitzpatrick at Bloomberg Government. He's live on Capitol Hill and talking to the senators as they try to figure out their next steps here. We'll discuss the implications for our national debt with Steve Ellis at Taxpayers for Common Sense. This after Republican senators decided first thing this morning to count extending the Trump tax cuts as costing nothing. We'll have analysis from Republican strategist Ashley Davis at S3 Group, and from our panel, Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is here alongside Lisa Camuso-Miller, former comms director at the RNC. So we've got a packed hour for you. And we start, as always, on Wall Street. It's my great pleasure to say Charlie Pellet is back with his eyes on the markets for us. Let's go to New York and find him. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on, Joe Matthew. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all pushing higher as we wrap up the final trading day of the quarter. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index up 17 at a record 6190, up 0.3%, building on Friday's gains. The Dow up 185 now, up 0.4%. While NASDAQ higher by 63 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is an advance of 0.3%. The 10-year at 4.25% with the 2-year 3.73%. Gold is up $16 the ounce, $32.91, up 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.1%, $64.80 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin higher, little changed, up 0.1% at 107,549 on Bitcoin. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells Bloomberg some of the officials already serving at the Fed are under consideration to head the central bank. And in an interview with our Shonali Bassick broadcast on Bloomberg Radio, Bessent also discussed the Fed and the outlook for lower interest rates.
Medical studies have shown that people who fall tend to look at their feet, which makes them fall more. And my worry here is that having fallen down on the American people in 2022, Fed's now looking at their feet. We have seen no inflation from tariffs. If we do, which we don't have to, then there'd be a one-time price adjustment. Nothing is more transitory than that. So, Team Transitory, having failed the American people in 22, they seem a little frozen at the wheel here.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And by the way, you can watch the full conversation on YouTube on the Bloomberg Podcast channel. Oracle has signed a cloud services deal that it expects to contribute more than $30 billion in annual revenue starting in the fiscal year 2028. Oracle shares today, they're surging by 4.8%. Again, recapping, stocks higher, on track for another record close for the S&P, up now by 0.3%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcast. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, great to see you and hear the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway. Charlie Pellet will have more on the markets for us a little bit later on this hour as we get down to business on what's going to be a very important day here for politics in Washington. And certainly, yes, the president's big, beautiful bill. It's not just me calling it that and quoting the president. That's actually what it's called, right? The OBBBA. It's the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. That's the actual name. And it looks like this is happening today in the Senate. A lot of things took place over the weekend. There was a lot of deal making, and we have now found ourselves with a rare daytime vote-a-rama. This is the stuff you talk about sausage making that's supposed to happen in the middle of the night. And there you see it on YouTube right now, live the Senate floor, Bloomberg Originals, as we watch lawmakers do their work here. Thank you, by the way, for joining us on the early edition on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121. The aforementioned YouTube, you can search Bloomberg Business News Live to find us there, because you're going to want to dial in for our conversation with Steve Ellis in a moment. Things did not go well over the weekend for Tom Tillis, and he's sort of become the face of opposition here, if I can call it that, for Republicans in the Senate. There aren't that many opposed. Maybe we'll say Republicans on Capitol Hill. Following the pressure from Donald Trump to vote yes on the big, beautiful bill and a series of harassing comments from the president, he's just decided to fold. He's not going to hang out to be primaried in North Carolina. And so he's going for it now on the floor. This is a man who feels free to speak, the Republican from North Carolina. Listen to Tom Tillis late last night.
I'm telling the president that you have been misinformed. You supporting the Senate mark will hurt people who are eligible and qualified for Medicaid. We're going to make sure that we fulfill the promise, and then I can feel good about a bill that I'm willing to vote for. But until that time, I will be withholding my vote.
How are we feeling about the bolo tie on? What is that? Is that a golf shirt? You'd have to get onto YouTube and back it up to see what I'm saying. When you're not running for re-election, you can do anything you want, it seems, in the U.S. Senate. So as we wait for this to happen, there are going to be a series of amendments. That's the vote-a-rama that are put forth and voted on throughout the day. That's what senators are doing now. They started around 9 o'clock in the morning. But there was one vote before the actual vote-a-rama. And if you're with us here on Balance of Power, you know about this already. The current policy baseline. This is the method of accounting in the House that was a question about being carried over into the Senate, whether the parliamentarian would allow it. Well, John Thune decided not to run this, apparently, by the parliamentarian and to have an actual vote on the floor. Shockingly, Republicans decided together that extending the Trump tax cuts basically cost nothing. That's the way this goes. Current policy baseline allows them to include more tax cuts in the bill. And so here's the accounting now. The cost of extending, this is according to the Joint Committee on Taxation, totals almost $4 trillion. The other tax provisions in the bill, $693 billion. Only that smaller amount is considered the official price tag for the bill, even though we're talking about trillions. This is Washington math. Enter the taxpayers for common sense. Steve Ellis sent a letter to senators just a couple of days ago. It was on the 28th of June. He must have known what was coming. We can show that to you on YouTube. As Steve writes, using a current policy baseline masks the true deficit impact of this legislation. A preliminary analysis, as I just mentioned, current law baseline projects $4.2 trillion in lost revenue over the next 10 years. Steve writes, relying on current policy baseline gimmicks insults the intelligence of taxpayers. They will see through the tricks and spot the new debt piled on. He's with us now in studio. You were the Doge before there was a Doge, weren't you?
Certainly. We've been around for 30 years doing this type of work and cutting into this, finding the wasteful spending. We were the group that dubbed the Bridge to Nowhere the Bridge to Nowhere.
The Bridge to Nowhere. So I don't know what you call the one big, beautiful bill, but I'm guessing you see some ugliness here, and what it's going to mean for our debt and deficit is what?
It's staggering how much debt they're going to be piling on. We're talking about when you add in future interest costs, when you add in macroeconomic effects, we know that from the score that they did for the House that it grew. So it may be $3.3 trillion in the initial score from CBO, but it's going to get close into $4 trillion of additional debt.
So what do you think of this current policy baseline and the fact that there's a vote on the floor today? What's become of Washington when this is considered normal?
Well, I mean, they knew what answer they were going to get from the parliamentarians.
Well, I should say so, yes.
So they just decided, okay, we're gonna dismiss with that, and we're gonna move this along. And the thing is that it's just such a ridiculous policy. It's just it really boggles the mind that they would be going down this route, adding trillions of dollars of debt, and just trying to sweep it under the rug.
Yeah. Well, you know what Republican senators would say to you, and we'll be talking to them throughout the day, is that you're not factoring in the growth here, Steve. What happened in the first administration is we cut taxes, we saw growth, and then COVID happened, and we can't really account for what happened after that, but you're going to see growth that is not accounted for by the CBO because they refuse to do dynamic scoring, and you're probably blue in the face by now because you hear the same arguments that I do.
But they do dynamic scoring. I mean, that's the whole macroeconomic effects. That was actually what ended up costing in their scoring the bill more in the House. It went from $2.3 trillion to $2.8 trillion when they took into account both the macroeconomic effects and then increased interest rates, and we're going to have to service that debt.
Yes.
And we spend $1 trillion today servicing, or this year servicing that debt.
So what does Steve Ellis think when you're reading in the morning and you see the White House suggest that all we need to do is cut interest rates by 1, 2, maybe 3 points so we can have less interest to pay on the debt? Is that the solution?
Certainly, it's not going to be good for markets to be manipulating it just to try to make sure that we don't have to pay our creditors back as much.
Right.
And so, I mean, this is a ticking deficit time bomb. The One Big Beautiful Act.
There's going to be a potential now for a conference committee, or does this pass the Senate no matter what happens here on the floor? You've been doing this for a minute, and then there's, say, something called a manager's amendment in the House, where the House effectively allows the Senate to jam the House of Representatives. They vote on what we're seeing come together now.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it seems like they're trying to grease the skids. They've been involving the Speaker's office to try to make sure that whatever they get done can pass the House. I hope it can't. I hope that there are some fiscal conservatives that are there to say, this is enough, and we need to be fiscally responsible, and we can't just lie to the American taxpayers about the cost of the bill.
Wow. What are you hearing at taxpayers then? You're talking to lawmakers and staffers. Is this as good as done?
I mean, it certainly, this bill has had momentum, and the president has shown his ability to get things over the line. Well,
he's going to call you in primary if you don't vote yes. Ask Tom Tillis.
Yes. Ask Tom Massey from Kentucky.
Ask Tom Massey.
Yes.
He keeps showing up for work, though.
Yes, absolutely. Well, and so I think that that's going to be a real challenge. Now, I'm hoping, again, that fiscal conservatives weigh in and say, $4 trillion, $3.8 trillion is too much debt, and that we need to rein it in.
By the way, Don Bacon is not going to run for re-election. This is getting to be untenable for fiscal hawks. Do you feel like you're on an island in Washington?
Certainly, fiscal sanity is taken.
How different is it than 30 years ago when you started this?
Well, I'll put it this way. In 2000, our national debt was less than $6 trillion. Wow, it's $36 trillion today.
Wow. Well, okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to pass this bill in our remaining moment. We're going to start talking about blue ribbon panels, right? Simpson, Bowles, I don't know. We're going to creep up on this debt limit. I guess they'll handle that, assuming this passes. But there's going to have to be some conversation about cutting deficits here to keep the bond market happy, to keep Wall Street satisfied? No?
Yeah, absolutely. Not only that, it's that Social Security is going to become insolvent in 8 years' time. Yeah. So there are other issues that are at play that aren't really even in play right now. And so certainly we've got to have a fiscal reckoning. And the bond market, you're right, that's the thing that's kind of spooked the president on tariffs. And so certainly it gets more costly for us to sell our debt.
You add the uncertainty over these reciprocal tariffs coming up with a deadline on the 9th of July. You kind of wonder where we're going to be coming out of this holiday. Really glad you could come see us, Steve. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Find
Joe.
him at Taxpayers for Common Sense. Steve Ellis has been running this shop for 30 years and bringing great insight to us as we wait for the vote today. This is happening as we speak in the Senate. We're going to add the voice of Ashley Davis, Republican strategist, coming up right after this. She's talking to lawmakers and staffers as well. With the very latest on this process, stay here on Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got U.S. stocks trading very close to records. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing after Friday's surge. The S&P right now up another 12 to 61.85, up now by about 0.2%. We've got just over 3 hours to go until we wrap up the quarter, and then it'll be on to the third quarter. Yes, the third quarter of 2025. The Dow right now up 132, up 0.3%. NASDAQ up 40. That is a gain of 0.2%. 10-year 4.25%, with the 2-year 3.73%. Spot gold up $18 the ounce, up 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude just above $65 a barrel. WTI down 0.7%. Bottom line here, stocks ending the quarter at records, driven by progress in trade talks. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again. Your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, many thanks, and great to have Charlie back with us as part of our conversation here in Washington. Charlie's watching Wall Street for us as we talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. That could be a market mover. Investors are paying close attention here because this is the vehicle, the one big, beautiful bill that carries the extension of the Trump tax cuts and so many other provisions that are, of course, so important to Wall Street. Important as well on how we're paying for this, maybe not so much, as the current policy baseline passes 53-47, the accounting method in the House that suggests it doesn't cost anything to continue with the Trump tax cuts as opposed to making them new. We're going to get to this with Jack Fitzpatrick here before we bring in Ashley Davis for her analysis on what's happening behind the scenes and where this is going to go in the House. Jack is our appropriations expert, our Capitol Hill expert, and the man for the moment here at Bloomberg Government, live on Capitol Hill. Jack, it's great to see you. The vote-a-rama is underway. Do we get a floor vote tonight?
Tonight or maybe even into the morning. It's tradition to make these go a very, very long time. And I'd point out that unlike the other vote-a-ramas we've seen this year where they were negotiating possible changes to a framework, this is a real bill. So the Democrats see a major opportunity to poke holes in the legislation, to maybe come up with something bipartisan to win over enough Republicans to actually change things. So there's a lot of pressure on this vote-a-rama. The fact that they slept and then started this morning makes me think they can go pretty long. Usually fatigue is the main constraint on how long a vote-a-rama goes. So we'll see a lot of amendment votes, whether it's late tonight or even past midnight into the morning. That remains to be seen. It's like watching a marathon runner and asking how far they can go.
Okay, got it. It is kind of weird to be doing this during the day, Jack. This is usually when we're all asleep and guys like you are awake keeping notes for the next morning. But I'm wondering what we should be watching here, if anything, beyond Senator Rick Scott's amendment here that includes cuts to Medicaid and specifically states, the expansion states that would bring us back to essentially pre-Obamacare levels. When will we see that, and what would it mean if it passed?
We don't know the exact timing yet of the critical amendment votes. They're still on some procedural votes before they actually get to amending the legislation. And there are important ones to watch on the conservative side and towards the centrist side. The Rick Scott one is important to potentially shoring up votes from skeptical hardline conservatives. But then I'd also certainly point you to a measure by Senator Susan Collins that would double the amount of money in a rural hospital aid fund to try to offset some of the effects from the provider tax changes that would also increase the top tax rate on those earning more than $25 million a year. So if you're looking at the Collins-Murkowski wing, that is an important vote. If you're looking at not only Rand Paul, but maybe Ron Johnson, the Rick Scott amendment is very important. And you're going to see movement on both sides, from the center moderates to the hardline conservatives in these amendment votes.
Well, it gives you a real sense of how many moving parts we have here. Jack, thank you so much. Reporting for Bloomberg Government live on Capitol Hill, Jack Fitzpatrick. Then, of course, there are the Democrats, and they're going to have their amendments. That's part of the point here, this vote-a-rama. We certainly got a taste of what was coming as things got into debate last night. Democrats on the Senate floor Sunday night. Listen.
If the bill and the cuts included in the bill indeed reduce the deficit, as they claim it does, they wouldn't have needed to raise the debt limit in the process.
It also drives $4 trillion in debt. Used to be 3.4. Now it's up to $4 trillion.
We know what the math is. Everybody in this room knows the deficit is far worse today than it was when Donald Trump passed those tax cuts.
I don't want to hear any more from my colleagues about deficits. I don't want to hear any more crocodile tears about deficits. We're mortgaging our future.
Guess what? We're going to hear a lot more about deficits. And Ashley Davis is with us now. As I mentioned, Republican strategist partner at S3 Group, who's been through a couple of these. Ashley, it's great to see you. It's like Christmas morning. Are we having fun yet?
Oh, no,
Votorama during the day?
Yeah, I know. I was hoping that Votorama was last night so we could wake up and this could all be over.
We're not supposed to do this in the light of day, right?
Exactly.
People are going to get a real sense of how this works. None of this matters, though, right, is what you're going to tell me? This bill's going to pass.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously now we've lost 2 votes. You'll have Rand Paul and you'll have Senator Tillis.
Right.
But because of some of the concessions that have been made to various senators like Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Ron Johnson, he'll fight till the end in regards to some of the budget issues. I don't think that this is really, there's an option to fail. So I think this is going to be ugly from now until Wednesday.
Yeah.
But I think it will definitely
So
pass.
presumably Votorama goes, like Jack said, into the night. Maybe there's a vote tonight, tomorrow morning. Does this get sticky when it goes back to the House? You've got a lot of House members who won't recognize this bill when it returns. Of course, they knew this was going to happen, but how do you iron out the differences?
Well, they're not going to iron out the differences.
So the Senate's going to jam the House?
Pretty much. I mean, they're going to have to. I think that if this Ron Johnson amendment that you were just discussing would pass for some reason, that would put a lot of moderates in the House in a really bad position. That would be something that could potentially, quote, blow it up.
On the Medicaid front.
On the Medicaid front. But I think that this is just, we're watching how the sausage gets made, and it's ugly. This is why you put it up against a recess like this, even though by the time the House goes home, they'll have 2-day recess. I mean, they're going to be back on Tuesday, I think, to vote. So
we should remind everyone that lawmakers, House members, will need to be called back tonight or tomorrow morning, presumably, to make this happen. They actually have left on their recess, so they're being called back to work.
The Speaker did give them a heads up to come back tomorrow on Tuesday. Rules Committee in the House will get, once the Senate passes this tonight, middle of the night, it'll go over to the House. They'll do a Rules Committee, and then the House will vote tomorrow.
The Rules Committee hearing will be almost more entertaining than the Votorama, right? Like once you get Jim McGovern in there going at it with Chip Roy, I mean, they're actually kind of on the same side of this, aren't they?
Well, yeah, it's kind of the extremes, which we've been talking about for a long time. The 2 extremes kind of now meet in the middle. So, but it's going to be interesting. These amendments, all the Democrat amendments are going to be messaging amendments. They're all going to be mad. You've seen this depending on which party's doing a reconciliation bill. I mean, the Republicans now are all mad at CBO and the, the deficit, and they're saying it's wrong, and they're not doing, certain types of scoring and And then if this was whenever we did the last reconciliation bill for Democrats, it's the same conversation. So it's just like, I think I'm just too old and done this too many times.
So this is a manager's amendment. We get wonky for a second. There's not going to be a conference committee. They're not going to hash out, because then that bill would have to go back to the Senate, and they wouldn't meet the deadline.
Yeah,
right? So there's really only one way to do this.
And this is why the Speaker did this weekend by telling his members, stop negotiating this over tweets. If you have an issue with certain areas, call the senators and get, because that's what everyone was doing. Obviously, with this 24-hour news service cycles now, you're playing to your audience, which is your constituents. So you're laying out your marker. But yes, they will not. Leader Thune will introduce a wraparound amendment, a manager's amendment with kind of all the different changes and dogs and cats and whatever amendments get through here, if any, and then they'll pass it in the Senate. And then they'll send it over to the House, and then that's the process after that. But I just think that this is the drama that happens, and then it's just like everyone forgets about it.
Tom Tillis had some drama. You mentioned him once over the weekend. He's decided he's not running for re-election. It got so intense so quickly with the harassment from Donald Trump, the promise to be primaried. He's out. So he's kind of the freest man to speak in the Senate right now. Was this a profile in courage? What do you make of his decision to do this and carry that flank, if it is a flank, a one-man flank of the party?
First of all, Senator Tillis is a very serious member. He's a very well-liked member. He was definitely going to have the fight of his life no matter what. I mean, he's always been obviously very conservative, but has voted his conscience and for his state forever. I think his primary was going to be, and just around town and in the political world, his race was going to be the hardest race by far, and he was going to get primaried no matter what. So I think when he saw some of these issues, he had a lot of issues with this bill, probably the senator that had the most different things that he wanted done.
To power here? I mean, he says it's a debt bomb. You're going to...
Well, first of all, I think it's he's speaking to a state, which is a purple state.
Okay.
So he has a lot of different issues than a lot of these other members do. Yeah. But also, I mean, why spend, if I were him, why spend the next year and a half getting the crap beat out of you?
Well, sure.
And then...
Now he gets to be the biggest troublemaker in the Senate.
Yeah, I mean, you watched what McConnell was able to do once his, ties were kind of cut. But I think the senator will. He's still a conservative. He'll, on this bill or any bill moving forward, he'll push for some of the things that he wants. The problem is some of the things that he did want in this bill, the leader is not going to be as interested in making them happen if they're controversial.
Well, there you go. Yeah, sure.
So he may have lost a couple issues because of doing this. But I think it's a smart thing to do.
Enter Senator Laura Trump. What happens with this seat?
I don't know. She
you hear all the names we're hearing.
There's going to. I mean, hopefully that.
Would she want to do that? We assume everyone wants to run for Senate. She's having a pretty good life right now.
Yeah, I mean, and being one of 100's different. She has a good TV gig. She passed up Florida. I mean, whether that was going to happen or not, but she took herself out.
Michael Whatley, we keep hearing as well.
Yeah, yes.
Would you leave the RNC to run?
And Richard Hudson's actually an interesting.
That's right. That's real too.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't spoken to him today, but I would think that hey, if there's a Senate seat open, why wouldn't you take advantage of it?
Then Roy Cooper shows up and everyone heads for the hills, or what?
I mean, that's what the Democrats are hoping for sure. So, I mean, it was going to be it was going to be our biggest fight to defend no matter what as the Republicans, and now it just got more so. And what the NRSC and some of these other leadership posts should be doing is trying to clear the field so there's not a really ugly primary.
Yes, right.
So
our remaining moment with Ashley Davis. Let's see, all of this happens the way you just mapped it out. Donald Trump's signing this thing. Fireworks are going off on the 4th of July. What's the next priority for him? What's he do after this? This was the whole point, right?
No, but we've had a lot of things thrown in along the way, too.
It's going to be trade and tariffs, obviously, will be his focus. But is there a legislative priority that follows here? Do they take another swing at reconciliation?
I think that they'll start doing all of these make rescission bills in regards to some of the ones that passed the House. That's going to be really tough in the Senate. Yes, so they'll continue to do some of those cuts. I think that he's going to have some of these trade agreements. Like what happens out of what happens with China and Mexico?
So he's full-time trade coming out of this.
I think that's what he thinks he needs to fix. And then do we need to do like a NATO 3.0 again or whatever?
Right, yeah.
Or USMCA, I guess is the
bond market, I think, hopes so. What a great day to have you here. This is going to be wild,
well,
right?
I could be completely wrong.
No,
everything could change.
No, you're not. You're
tonight.
never wrong. Ashley Davis at S3 Group. Great conversation. Thank you for teeing us up here. We're going to find out together in real time with our eyes on the U.S. Senate. Stay with us here live.
It's 1240 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Stocks ending the quarter at records driven by progress in U.S. trade talks and hopes for Fed rate cuts. We got the S&P up 17, looking at a record here of 61.90, up by about 0.3%. For off-session highs, the Dow up 169, up 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 58, up by 0.3%. Interestingly, though, on a day when stocks are moving higher again, we've got the Mag 7 Index down 0.2%. 10-year 4.25%, but the 2-year 3.73%. Spot gold right now up $19 the ounce, up by about 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%. WTI 64.91 a barrel. Lots of speculation about who President Trump might name to succeed Fed Chair Jay Powell. Michael Kushma is Chief Investment Officer for Broad Markets Fixed Income at Morgan Stanley. He was a guest this morning on Surveillance.
I'm not sure that a Fed chair of the candidates that are being bandied about are that wildly different than what we've got today. It's a board of governors, it's a committee. If you get Kevin Warsh, one of these other gentlemen or women that are being proposed, will not radically change monetary policy.
Michael Kushma of Morgan Stanley. As for Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent moving into the role, in an interview with Bloomberg this morning, he told us, quote, "I have the best job in Washington." A group of large banks comfortably cleared the Federal Reserve's annual stress test. Those bank stocks are advancing today. We have got all of the major banks, most of the major banks, I should say, are advancing right now. Again, recapping, U.S. stocks are climbing. S&P up 18, gain there of 0.3%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
Many thanks, Charlie Pellet. Great to have Charlie back in the mix today, watching Wall Street for us as this unfolds live in the United States Senate. Votorama in the light of day. If you're with us on YouTube, there's your live view of the Senate floor, and they're going to have the lights on probably pretty late tonight, assuming this goes as planned. And, well, we just aren't sure exactly how this is going to pan out. But the Votorama could last many, many hours, leading to a floor vote. That's how this works, right? Everybody's going to get this out of their system. Democrats will have any number of amendments that they try to throw on the big, beautiful bill. Getting bigger, by the way, in terms of its cost. But park that for now. We're going to assemble our panel in a moment for their take on how things are going here. All this process is just noise. If you talk to the administration, the president expects a bill on his desk by the 4th of July. As discussed earlier today with the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Bloomberg's Surveillance. Let's listen.
I'm confident that the bill is going to progress as is over the next few hours, and it'll be on the president's desk to sign on July 4th. So the Senate will vote, pass it over to the House. We've seen incredible leadership, and this is what leadership looks like. So President Trump, Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, and at the committee level, Senator Crapo and Chairman Jason Smith have been fantastic to work with. And again, it all goes back to leadership.
Now, when it comes to the fiscal hawks, has the administration made any assurances about executive orders or legislation down the road to address the national debt load?
Well, I think everyone believes that this is a start. So it's an 11% cut in non-discretionary spending, and we're going to go from there. So we didn't get here all at once. We've gotten here 20 or 40 years, and we are going to bend the curve, bring the debt levels down. I'm a fiscal hawk. I've had a lot of very good meetings with that group. And I think we're all on the same page on how to grow the economy while controlling and bringing down expenses.
Now, let's talk about some of the math there as well, because if the GOP is right and the bill does look to shrink the deficit. How will that affect Treasury issuance over the next 10 years? How does your math square with the CBO, with Wharton, with Yale, and even the Bloomberg consensus of GDP projectors here, economists, that still see growth under 2%?
Well, I think that's just wrong. And, we can start with the CBO. Is their model presumes 1.8% forever. And maybe under Democratic governments, that's right. I think what we saw under President Trump's first term is that we will get a big boost in the economy from the tax bill. We're going to have certainty. We're going to go back to 100% expensing. So we are also deregulating at the same time. So we saw it in Trump 1.0. I think that we can see it here. So I think we can really accelerate the economy because the CBO model shows 1.8% growth, whether we have the biggest tax cut in history or we get this across the line and give companies and consumers great certainty.
Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, talking to Bloomberg's Sonali Basak. Fascinating conversation. Always really interesting to hear from the Treasury Secretary because the Freedom Caucus, the Republican House Freedom Caucus sees this differently as well, realizing that he does not buy the numbers from the CBO. And if you listen to this program, you know that. We've talked about it earlier with Steve Ellis. Freedom Caucus previewing yesterday what will be their chief argument against this bill, saying that it, quote, adds $1.3 trillion to the deficit. That's the House Freedom Caucus, Chip Roy, and so forth, which they write is 1,705% more than the House bill. Steve Ellis, who we talked to earlier, Taxpayers for Common Sense, wrote a letter to the senators saying relying on current policy baseline gimmicks, and they voted today to keep the current policy baseline, which means extending the Trump tax cuts does not actually cost anything because they already exist, right? He says it insults the intelligence of taxpayers. They will see through the tricks and spot the new debt piled on. How about voters? They pay taxes. Let's assemble our political panel for their take with a lot to talk about today. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino starts with us on a Monday, as always. Of course, Bloomberg Politics contributor and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, joined today by Lisa Camuso-Miller, Republican strategist, former comms director at the RNC, and a former employee, a veteran, I should say, of another Republican speaker's office. She's been through the sausage making like we're seeing today. It's great to have you both with us here. Jeannie, I'm going to start with you because it's Votorama time. Are Democrats just wasting their breath? What is the purpose of this exercise?
No, they're not wasting their breath, but I love the fact that we are doing this in the day, like you said, Joe. Yeah. It is a rare treat that for all of us Congress nerds, and I know you, Lisa, myself, everybody would love it. So we get to see it, and cheers for the clerks in the Senate who read all night, by the way. That's right. No, it's not a waste of time. They are trying to, number one, make the Republicans take pretty tough votes on a lot of things that are going to be tough for many Republicans. And number two, and I heard Jack talk a little bit about this earlier, is the fact that they hope maybe to pull some Republicans over with them and change this bill, which has been changing throughout the weekend. And, you know, so these kinds of things matter. Ultimately, however, this comes down to what these Republicans decide to do. And the funny math that they have been using to do it is utterly shameful. You know, you can't hide from people the true cost of something, and lying to your supporters is bad, and lying to your voters is bad, and people will know when the deficit jerks up another $3 or $4 trillion beyond what you promised.
All right, we know how Jeannie feels, and you're right, Jeannie. They started at 11:08 p.m. Saturday. They finished reading the bill 16 hours later, 3:03 p.m. Unbelievable. You don't play games like that in the House, right, Lisa? Making the clerks read the whole bill. 940 pages, by the way. I don't know, Lisa, if you feel the same way about the current baseline. People are asking us, what what are we supposed to believe here? What's the real number? Is this funny math the way you see it? Is this, as Steve Ellis puts it, a baseline gimmick that insults the intelligence of taxpayers?
This is a great question, Joe. This is honestly, when you look outside of Washington, D.C., no one knows what to believe, but this is precisely what they expect from their politicians. More dramatics, more silliness, more noise, really. And what it's going to come down to, Joe, is when it really starts to affect the American people at home in their own personal budgets. So right now, outside of the Beltway, no one's paying any attention to this. They just think that it's politics as usual, more nonsense. They're going to believe whatever party they are aligned with. They're going to believe their words. So if Donald Trump says this is a good bill, the Trump supporters are going to say, I'm with Donald Trump. And if Chuck Schumer and the Democrats seem to think that they have a better point of view on this, Democrats that are aligned with them are going to feel that way. And so really what is unfortunate here, Joe, is that because of the way that the politics is done, because of the complexities and the way that we do our work is so complex, even to those of us who do pay attention and are Congress nerds, as Jeannie calls us, the truth of it is that until this is finally decided, it's going to sound like a lot more noise and a lot less progress out of Washington. It's time for them to figure out what the right thing is to do and to get it done. And then ultimately, they're going to have to answer for it in the midterms.
Boy, well, that's right. And, you know, we talk about what taxpayers think, Jeannie. How about voters? There was a Washington Post poll realizing that this is minutia, and a lot of people are probably tuning out what's happening now on the Senate floor. Washington Post Ipsos, this month, Americans oppose the bill by an almost 2-to-1 margin. 63% say the measure's debt impact is unacceptable. Jeannie, somebody's paying attention.
That's right. And you look at the 5 recent polls we've seen, this is a widely unpopular bill for people who are paying attention to it. And the reason it's unpopular is, number one, the Republicans are still fighting about it. So it's hard to send out a positive message about something you don't agree on. And number two, they run into a problem here because the message from the White House has been, if you don't vote for this bill, you are voting for a massive tax increase. And that may be enough to get those folks in the Republican Party in the House and the Senate to vote for the bill. But people will not give you credit, usually, in terms of a policy for keeping things status quo. And that's what they're talking about. That is a very, very tough sell. And then to add on what Lisa was talking about, the other problem here is they will feel viscerally at home the impact of cuts to things like Medicaid, to changes in the green energy tax, and all the other things that this bill does, the food, the SNAP program. Those they will feel viscerally. Selling this bill is really.
A lot of people remember the Cornhusker a few years back. It's amazing how these deals emerge in legislation when certain lawmakers are holdouts. We are looking at you, Lisa Murkowski. In the 940-page bill, Lisa Camuso-Miller, a provision that increases the deduction that you can take for whale hunting expenses. They doubled it. Actually, more than that. It's up 5-fold, 10,000 to 50 grand. It allows people to deduct the cost of maintaining boats and weapons as a charitable contribution. Lisa, the IRS says somebody has to be recognized as a whaling captain, however, to get this deduction by the Alaska Eskimo Whaling Commission. I don't know if the senators from Alaska are on board, but what are people supposed to think about this kind of deal making in Washington? Is this just the cost of doing business?
I think, Joe, it reminds us that we are a great, big, beautiful, diverse country. And so while this doesn't necessarily make sense to those of us inside of Washington, D.C., it must very much be an important part of the economy in Alaska, right? Or an important part of the economy somewhere in the globe. And this is one of those quid pro quo, where I will consider voting for this piece of legislation if you do something in this piece of legislation that helps support my constituents and my constituency and my local economy. And that's why it used to be that we could do these big comprehensive bills and get work done that would be proactive and important for the entire country. But when we do something this big, this massive, just like we did with the Affordable Care Act, and just like we've done with a couple of others in recent history, at least, because there's only been a few, you do find that there's a lot of these little carve-outs, a lot of these things that don't necessarily make sense to those of us that are inside the Beltway, but must very much be an important part of the economy.
Yeah, well, Captain Ahab, I'm guessing, is a yes on this bill. Lisa and Jeannie, we'll talk more about this in our second hour. Our great panel stays with us with much more to review here. Kaylee Lyon's going to join the conversation, and we'll have a live report from Capitol Hill from Tyler Kendall, who's doing the math for us as we speak. Later in our second hour, you'll not want to miss Maya McGinnis, the president of the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, probably pulling her hair out with the math that she's looking at right now as well. It's all ahead on Bloomberg.
From Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Time for the Votorama on President Trump's big, beautiful bill. Welcome to the Monday edition, the early edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio, with an hours-long amendment session now getting underway in the United States Senate, expected to lead to a full floor vote by the time this is all done. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We thank you for joining us here on Balance of Power. And it looks like we will see some action here in the hours ahead, Kaylee. The question is when this gets to a full floor vote. That could be in the wee hours.
Yeah, this could take a while, as there are unlimited amendments that can be introduced and voted on. Of course, there's a few we're watching, like Rick Scott's amendment that would take down the federal cost sharing for Medicaid expansion under the Affordable Care Act. Susan Collins has one that would actually raise taxes on people making over $25 million in order to provide more funding to rural hospitals. Unclear whether or not any of these amendments actually have the votes to pass, but it's also not clear that without those amendments, that this bill in its entirety has the ability to pass on the Senate floor, where only 3 votes can be lost for Republicans.
We know we have a couple of no's already in Tom Tillis and Rand Paul. But then, of course, if that happens, if they do find a way to thread the needle past this in the Senate, Kaylee, there are big questions about what happens when it goes back to the House.
Yep.
Will they simply vote on this product or try to change it? Because that would make things pretty messy. Wall Street is watching all of this, of course. Doesn't seem to be concerned at all. Much like the administration, they see all this as noise. Just get it to the president's desk before the 4th of July.
Yeah, and the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent maintained on Bloomberg TV and radio earlier today that this will happen by the 4th, but that is not a foregone conclusion. So we'll be tracking it for you this hour. But of course, as Joe mentions, the market's tracking this story as well. So let's get a check on those now. Charlie Pellet has a view from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. You're watching the tax bill. I'm watching what's going on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Could see another record 3 hours from now as we wrap up the quarter. Right to the numbers. S&P up 17, up by 0.3%. Stocks ending the quarter at records, driven by rate talks and hopes for reserve rate cuts. The 172 up 0.4, NASDAQ up 55, up 0.3. Again, keeping it all in context, S&P up by another 0.3%. Interestingly, though, on an up day when we are looking at a lot of green, red for the Bloomberg Mag 7 index, down now by 0.2%. The 10-year 4.24%, the 2-year 3.72%. Spot gold higher by $23 the ounce, up 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 42 cents a barrel, just above 65 right now. WTI down 0.6%, and Bitcoin up 0.2%, 1,650. We have got Home Depot buying specialty building distributor GMS, a transaction valued at about $4.3 billion. Rival Lowe's trading lower by 1%, but GMS now surging by 11 points. Balance of Power. And back we go to Washington. Your host, Joe Matthew and Kate.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. The market's active on this Monday, and it's Monday, of course, in Washington. It's going to be a very long Monday, if you remember. The Votorama kicked off this after it took some arm wrestling to actually requisite votes to this step. Final passage for the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which as of right now, Joe, has about 8 Republican senators who are uncommitted to voting yes.
Yeah, that is not workable if that's the case when this gets to the floor, which is also partly why we don't know exactly when that's going to happen. It could be this evening, it could bleed into tomorrow morning, depending on the status of this debate and the amendments that are coming. Tyler Kendall is watching all of this for us from Capitol Hill right now with the Votorama underway. Tyler, what's the latest on the timeline?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, it's bustling here on Capitol Hill since the Senate is in full swing amidst this Votorama. And really what we're seeing is behind the scenes, Senate Majority Leader John Thune is trying to make some deals and thread that needle because at the moment, he doesn't have enough votes to pass this bill. Now, as you both outlined at the top there, this Votorama means that we're going to see a flurry of amendments from Democrats, but also some key Republicans that we're watching closely. And it sort of serves multiple purposes. One, to put their colleagues on the record on some politically fraught issues. 2, for Democrats at least to slow down this timeline, and 3, to maybe make some changes at the end of the day to this reconciliation package in these final hours. Now, we need this vote-a-rama to end in order for them to proceed to the vote on final passage, and at the moment, we're looking into this kicking into at least late evening or even potentially early tomorrow morning, because at the end of the day, there's still 2 really competing factions within the Republican Party when it comes to the Senate side that's prohibiting this bill from getting over the finish line. We should say that most members agree on those core tenets, those core pillars when it comes to the tax cuts, for example, but they're pretty divided over the spending cuts. We know of at least 2 likely no's. One, Senator Tom Tillis, who's raised concerns about changes to Medicaid and the rollback of those clean energy tax credits. And the other side is Senator Rand Paul, who says he won't vote for any legislation that hikes the debt ceiling, and he wants to see deeper spending cuts. And Joe and Kaylee, that really illustrates the problem at hand, because if that's already 2, Senate Majority Leader John Thune can only afford to lose 1 more vote before he has to call up the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and have him come to Capitol Hill to cast a tiebreaker.
Yeah, and of course, for Senator Tillis in particular, he doesn't really have much to lose politically now that he made the surprise announcement over the weekend that he is not going to be seeking re-election in 2026. But Tyler, to your point about spending cuts, walk us through the actual math on this Senate-produced package. Now, with the estimates we've gotten from the Congressional Budget Office, but knowing that the Senate did vote, one of the first things that happened today, voted to use the current policy baseline to get fancy with the accounting to make it seem like the number's not quite so high.
Right, exactly. And we should say that this is actually the first time that we've seen this done during a reconciliation process, with Republicans essentially saying that extending the 2017 tax cuts is going to cost nothing. We heard from the Senate Budget Chair Lindsey Graham saying that the way an extension of a tax cut doesn't add to a budget deficit in the same way that a new tax cut would. And when we break down the math, it makes a pretty significant difference. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that the current iteration of the Senate plan would add $3.3 trillion to deficits over a decade. That's about $4.5 trillion in projected tax cuts paired with $1.2 trillion in projected spending cuts. But when you take into account this accounting mechanism, the CBO says that it would actually decrease budget deficits by $508 billion. So this could be seen as a way to get some of those Republicans who are pitching themselves as fiscal hawks on board, although we do know, as we're hearing on the Senate side, but also we're going to watch closely the House side, those House Freedom Caucus members, that they want to see some firmer commitments, at least from this administration, that there's more spending cuts or revenue raisers down the line.
An important reminder that getting through the Senate is just one step in this uphill climb. You still got to have it repass the House. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live from Capitol Hill for us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you so much. And as we were just talking about the actual numbers here and the deficit impact, that's something that our colleague Sonali Bosick had the chance to catch up with Scott Bessent, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, about earlier today on Bloomberg. Asked him about the deficit and some other areas as well, like the chair of the Federal Reserve and those interest costs. Take a listen.
How does your math square with the CBO, with Wharton, with Yale, and even the Bloomberg consensus of GDP projectors here, economists, that still see growth under 2%?
Well, I think that's just wrong. And, you know, we can start with the CBO. Is their model presumes 1.8% forever. And maybe under Democratic governments, that's right. I think what we saw under President Trump's first term is that we will get a big boost in the economy from the tax bill. We're going to have certainty. We're going to go back to 100% expensing. So we are also deregulating at the same time. So we saw it in Trump 1.0. I think that we can see it here. So I think we can really accelerate the economy, because the CBO model shows 1.8% growth, whether we have the biggest tax cut in history or we get this across the line and give companies and consumers great certainty.
You mentioned that the spending cuts were just a start. Now, which will prevail when you think about the cuts specifically as it pertains to Medicaid? Will the House level of cuts to Medicaid prevail or the Senate level? And which one will the president support?
We'll see. My sense is, and again, I take exception to cuts. We are actually bending the curve further out. We are getting able-bodied people back to work, and the most needy will have greater benefits.
Well, the main question, too, is the benefits that are being cut. What do you tell the nearly 12 million people that are on the brink of losing access to Medicaid?
Well, no, again, that's not right. 1.4 million are illegal aliens. Then a huge percent of that are the able-bodied working people who will need to go back to work. So we're going to have a work requirement, and we'll go from there. We're just going back to the levels pre-COVID.
So given where the bill is, how does the latest bill impact the trajectory of the debt and deficit in your view?
Well, again, that I think as we accelerate growth, an increased growth trajectory completely changes the debt dynamics. So what we're focusing on is the debt to GDP. We're going to start bringing that back down. We are going to pull down the deficit to GDP. And I think we will be turning both of those down over the next year.
Does it give you, though, enough confidence to start terming out the debt? At what point do you start issuing at longer dated maturities?
Well, why would we do it at these rates? We are more than one standard deviation above the long-term. We're more than one standard deviation above the long-term rate. So why would we do that? The time to have done that would have been in 2021, 22.
So a lot of people in the market point out to the success that has been in the bond market. You have seen the 10-year come down almost a 0.5 percentage point since the January highs. Where would you like to see the 10-year, and where do you think it could end by the end of the year?
Well, I think it's going to depend on a lot of things, but I think that we could see a further lowering of rates. I think inflation is very, very tame. I'm not going to comment on Fed policy, but I've said that I am focusing on the 10-year. So as we see inflation come down, I think the whole curve could parallel shift down. And I'll point out when everyone says, "Oh, the bond market's worried about this or that in the U.S." U.S. is the only major bond market that has lower 10-year rates than any other country. Every other country, the rates are up.
While we're talking about interest rates and the Federal Reserve, it has been recently reported that you might be in consideration for the job as the next Fed chair. When you've been asked about the likelihood recently, you said that it's up to the president. Is it a job that you would want?
I will do what the president wants, but I think I have the best job in D.C. We're making a lot of progress with the president's leadership. Think about it. We are going to have the tax bill on his desk by July 4th. We're going to be wrapping up the trade talks. So I think we've had great momentum, and we will be working on Chair Powell's successor over the coming weeks and months.
Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, talking with Bloomberg's Sonali Basak in a wide-ranging conversation there that brings us to the most recent truth post from Donald Trump. Interesting with this idea of replacing the Fed chair. Donald Trump just posted a moment ago, Jerome Too Late Powell and his entire board, which I think is new level here, should be ashamed of themselves for allowing this to happen to the United States. They have one of the easiest yet most prestigious jobs in America, and they have failed in all caps and continue to do so. He writes, if they were doing their job properly, our country would be saving tens of trillions on interest cost rather. The board just sits there and watches, he writes, Kaylee. So they are equally to blame. We should be paying 1% interest or better. So apparently the president's calling for the firing of the entire board. And this is attached with a handwritten note to Jerome in the Sharpie. You are, as usual, too late. You have cost the USA a fortune, he writes.
Yeah, it's actually some kind of visual aid to go alongside this True Social post of global world central bank rates. And he has a bracket and I would encourage everyone to go on True Social and view this yourself, of where he thinks the rate should be, beginning with Switzerland, which is at 25 basis points, down to the Seychelles and Thailand, which have a rate of 1.75%. So somewhere in that range, I guess, is what the President of the United States is looking for. At the very end of his note to Chairman Powell, that again is sharpied on to this particular chart of rates, he says no inflation, and then signs it Donald J. Trump.
He's the highlighter with the United States down through Vietnam. This is where we should not be, I guess. This is really something. We'll print this out for you, maybe. Dan Flatley's got to be looking at this as well. He joins us now, of course, Bloomberg Treasury reporter. You didn't know we'd have props today, Dan. I'm sorry if we snuck up on you with this, calling for the entire board to be replaced now. Is that something we're going to see happen?
Yeah, it's interesting, Joe, because Secretary Bessent was on Bloomberg TV this morning talking about how they may be looking at somebody who's already on the board for the chairmanship.
So now they're all fired.
So, it does sort of like things are constantly in motion in the Trump administration. And so, what we heard from Secretary Bessent this morning would seem to indicate that there may be some folks on the board right now that they're looking at that Trump is interested in. But now we have this Truth Social post that would seem to indicate otherwise, that maybe he's dissatisfied with any of the candidates that could be there. So we'll see. I think what Bessent has said though is that they're going to start the process. They're looking at folks, and that sometime in October or November we'll get a nomination potentially for the seat that opens in January, which would be a 14-year seat, or maybe something later on for to replace Powell, which would be a 2-year term. So lots of different scenarios out there, and as it always is with President Trump, you never really know what the actual scenario will be until it's announced. So,
well, we know that his particular gripe at this point seems to be the interest burden of the United States. That's why he wants rates lower, is because of how much we have to pay to essentially keep financing our debt, at the very same time that he is pressuring Republicans to pass legislation that could add to the debt and deficit of the States. How did we hear Bessent to square that, and does that actually track with the way that modern fiscal thinking tends to work?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting, there's a few different, things to kind of pick apart there. One of the things that I would say is that, as I've been talking to folks about this whole scenario over the last few weeks, there are people out there who say, yeah, it makes sense that Trump would want lower interest rates. It helps his agenda. There's really no, although his methods are unconventional, there's really no reason why he wouldn't have that view. But there is kind of this question of inflation expectations and sort of what damage this could do to the Fed's credibility over the long term, and its ability to potentially risk long term. Has said, and what he said this was that we will have growth, which will help stimulate the economy. Tax bill, but also that he's focused on the 10-year, bringing the yields down on that, and that inflation. The main thing is that any increase in inflation from tariffs would be, he didn't use the word transitory, but essentially would be a one-time price increase that the Fed should look through and not get too hung up on that. That's not what we're hearing from some members of the board who believe that it could be more incremental, could have more of a persistent effect. So difference of opinion.
Yeah, we've got less than a minute to end. To what extent, and it seems like a pretty great one, has this Treasury Secretary been instrumental in helping to craft the deals that are going to lead to this? The SALT caucus in his office last week. It's not the last with lawmakers.
Yeah, obviously there's lots of meetings happening between folks at Treasury, including the Secretary and lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Let's not forget also the Section 899, the so-called revenge tax that came out of the bill last week. Also this deal with Canada. So there's lots of things that are happening both here domestically and internationally.
With his fingerprints on them.
Yeah.
Dan, thank you so much. Flatley, Bloomberg U.S. Treasury reporter with us live here in Washington. Kaylee will assemble our panel next. Jeannie Shanzano and Lisa Camuso-Miller are with us as we follow the tea leaves here in the midst of a daytime vote-a-rama. What could go wrong? This is Bloomberg.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. President Trump at this hour reiterating his criticism of Fed Chair Jay Powell, urging lower interest rates. The president is also expanding his criticism beyond Powell and now blames the board. And in a post moments ago on Truth Social, the president referred to Jay Powell as, quote, Jerome Too Late Powell. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing today. Stocks ending the quarter at records driven by progress in trade talks and hope for Fed rate cuts. S&P up 12, up by 0.2%. We got the Dow up 153, up 0.3%. NASDAQ up 40. That is a gain of 0.2%. Interestingly, though, on an update for the rest of the market, the Mag 7 index, the Bloomberg Mag 7 index, down now by 0.3%. 10-year at 4.23%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.72%. Spot gold trading higher by $23 the ounce, up 0.7%. 32.97 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.7%. 65.04 a barrel. And Bitcoin now up 0.2%. 107,660 on Bitcoin. The Dutch lender ING Group has announced a round of job cuts focused on senior staff, saying there are just too many of them. And UBS is launching a previously announced share buyback of as much as $2 billion amid uncertainty over the bank's longer-term payout plans. UBS up by 0.8%. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 13 right now, up 0.2%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet with the latest from Wall Street. Thank you so much. Meantime, here in Washington, it's Vote-A-Rama Day in the United States Senate. It began this morning, and it could go well into the late hours tonight, if not the early hours of tomorrow, with amendment votes on the Senate floor on this one big, beautiful bill, knowing that there are still roughly 8 Republican senators who haven't said their firm yeses on this legislation as it stands right now. And the majority leader, John Thune, can only afford to lose 3 of them ultimately in a final passage vote. He already definitely doesn't have 2, one being Senator Rand Paul, who of course will not vote for this package because it includes a hike to the debt ceiling. Another being Republican Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, who made the surprise announcement over the weekend that not only will he not support this bill, he's also not going to seek re-election in 2026. And he had some pretty harsh words on the floor.
I'm telling the president that you have been misinformed. You supporting the Senate mark will hurt people who are eligible and qualified for Medicaid. We're going to make sure that we fulfill the promise, and then I can feel good about a bill that I'm willing to vote for. But until that time, I will be withholding my vote.
With the bolo tie on the floor of the United States Senate, Kaylee, the Cook Political Report has already flipped its analysis of this Senate seat to toss-up in the wake of his departure, and the name game has already started. Laura Trump is back in the mix, along with others here. Of course, Roy Cooper among Democrats, and there are several already running in that race. But we want to get back to the matter at hand here. Call Tom Tillis a profile in courage, or what's wrong with Washington. Either way, these senators are going to have to make a decision here in the coming hours on what to do with this bill, and that's where we start with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us, senior democracy fellow with the Study for the Presidency in Congress, and Republican strategist Lisa Camuso-Miller, former RNC communications director, a veteran of another Republican speaker's office. Lisa, I'll start with you on what you think is about to happen here, beginning with a daytime vote-a-rama. What the heck's going on here? This is usually what takes place in the overnight hours. You hear crazy stories about pizza and wine being delivered at 2 a.m., but we're doing it at high noon, presumably to give these lawmakers a chance to stay up all night again. What do you make of this decision?
Well, you know, Joe, these are sort of the theatrics and the way that this typically goes down at a bill like this that is so contentious, but it also gives a tremendous amount of wiggle room and time for the majority leader to go ahead and try to get those 8 that are on the bubble back in the fold. And so certainly, like you said, there's two that are for sure not going to be with the majority on this bill. There's still so much to wait and see. So Vote-A-Rama is an opportunity for, lots of votes on lots of amendments and lots of nonsense. Outside the Beltway, it looks like Washington as usual, right? The same old weird things that they do in order to get business done. But inside the Beltway, we know that this actually will provide time for the majority to get the bill to a place where they can get the support and get it through the Senate, back to the House, and to the president's desk by the end of this week, which is what I think will happen.
Well, there's still a lot that needs to be done before that can happen, assuming that the majority leader, John Thune, or President Trump himself can twist the arms of enough Republicans to get it to pass in the Senate. It then has to pass in the House, Jeannie. And as we consider that, yes, the Senate did decide today to adopt the current policy baseline, formally take down at least the on-paper cost of this ultimate package, it's adding more to the deficit than the House bill would have. Is that really going to fly with the House Freedom Caucus?
It's going to be tough. I mean, ultimately, we have seen the Freedom Caucus members, putting Tom Massey aside, people like Chip Roy, they are very emotive and they are very passionate about their frustration with these bills. And ultimately, they have gone along with the leadership. But this vote coming up, presuming it gets through the Senate, is going to be unlike any of those, because this is it. In the past, Mike Johnson has been able to tell them, you'll get another pass at this, but this is it. And they've already indicated that the increase in the deficit that's coming over from the Senate side is unacceptable to them. So we have to wait and see. And, as we look at the Senate side, I would just say that the Vote-A-Rama has already shown us that there is a break in this party structure here, as Democrats trying to protect rural hospitals got Collins and Murkowski to join them and to defect, which shows that, on this issue of Medicaid cuts, surely the most controversial aspect of this for so many senators, that there is a break in support in the Senate. And that is going to continue to be a real point of contention for Republicans. And that's how the Democrats are using this Vote-A-Rama effectively to not only force these votes, but to show Republicans that they are not unified. And we've seen that just in the last few minutes on the floor.
Reminding us that this is taking place before our eyes here. Jeannie, I just heard from a great source on Capitol Hill, Lisa Camusa Miller, that this Vote-A-Rama may conclude with a Republican wraparound amendment that would revert many components of the Senate bill back to the House version, making this more palatable for the House to pass, knowing that there's not likely to be a conference committee here that would continue the process probably well beyond the president's deadline. You've seen this movie before. Is that how this ends? And why would senators vote for something that's still changing?
Well, it sure seems that way, Joe. And look, the way that this works is that the House and the Senate are working in real time together. As much as we talk about the negotiations in the Senate, the House is very much involved because they know that the bill will come back to them, and this will have to get done. And also, don't forget that the power of the president will make phone calls. He will get involved when this process is in play, and to get the House back together. So it seems to me like that kind of suggestion, that kind of wraparound to get things back to where it was so that they can make sure that the House can get this done quickly, is certainly at play, and very much something that would happen if the House and the Senate wanted to make sure that this bill was done by the end of this week, which is definitely the goal.
Well, I would point out that the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is currently holding a briefing as we speak, talking about this. She says that the president actually met this morning with both the House Speaker Mike Johnson and the Senate Majority Leader John Thune at the White House, and that Republicans need to stay tough and unify for this tax bill. To get back to this idea of a wraparound amendment, though, Jeannie, then what was the point of the entire exercise the Senate just went through for the last several weeks?
It's a good question, Kaylee. This is the reality of how the Senate and the House operate, in the fact that They know how tough this vote is going to be. And people look at this and they think, well, this is really, really silly. But the reality for these members going home is that this bill continues to be wildly unpopular, whether it's a wraparound or not. You have, the press secretary saying you've got to hang tough, you've got to be unified. If you vote no, the results will be catastrophic. That is what the message they're sending. But these members and senators also look in their own districts. And somebody like Lisa Murkowski, just a few days ago, the head of the legislature, the House and the Senate in Alaska, co-authored an editorial in the New York Times saying how devastating this bill will be for Alaska. So does Murkowski hold her nose and vote for it, particularly if it's on the wraparound? She might have to, but they know that this will impact them enormously as they go up for re-election and as they take this home. And of course, Donald Trump doesn't care. This is about you being supportive of him, regardless of the impact of the party. And we saw that with Tillis, because now Democrats could very well win a seat that he's held for three sessions.
Well, you wonder if the whale hunting caucus might save Lisa Murkowski's vote. As we discussed earlier, Jeannie, in this bill, a new provision upping the deduction that you can take for whale hunting related expenses covers boats and weapons as a charitable contribution, reminding us that the leadership is keenly aware of who is at issue here when it comes to vote. Lisa, I don't know where we're going with this when it comes to a final vote on this bill. John Thune is, I'm sure, talking with people right now, but are the deals like these the deals that get this done, as opposed to the other amendments that are taking place in the light of day?
Well, yeah, this is how negotiation works in these processes, for sure. As I said, this is a great, big, diverse country, and each and every one of those U.S. senators that John Thune has to make satisfied with the way the bill comes together has also got to have something in there that works for their district, right? And so that's a lot of the way that this ends up getting done. You and I we're all old enough to remember the Bridge to Nowhere. That was a long time ago, but it's another one of those moments in time when there was a back and forth that needed to happen within one of the senators' districts in order to make things happen on the economic side. So if this bill's going to pass, there's going to be a lot of give and take, there's going to be a lot of negotiation, and there's going to be a lot more to get done. But I guarantee you that this vote will happen by Wednesday of this week. I'm putting my $5 on it, Joe, and I'll bet you for it.
All right. You know, that Bridge to Nowhere was deemed, Kaylee, that name came from Taxpayers for Common Sense. Their director, Steve Ellis, who was with us earlier, sent a letter to senators just a couple of days ago saying, relying on the current policy baseline gimmicks insults the intelligence of taxpayers. They will see through the tricks and spot the new debt piled on. You wonder if that's true.
Well, yeah, considering the committee, or rather the Congressional Budget Office, which is nonpartisan, said that the Senate bill would add $3.3 trillion to the deficit over 10 years, more than the $2.8 trillion that would have been in the House package, which is why some of those fiscal conservatives in the House especially are having a difficult time with this. And we'll see if we end up with the wraparound solution we were just discussing with our political panel. Thank you so much to you both, Lisa Camuso-Miller and Jeannie Shanzano, joining us on this Monday with the Vote-A-Rama still underway on the Senate floor. And Joe, no telling how much longer it will go on, but the expectation is hours and hours. We could still be at this when it turns from Monday to Tuesday.
Well, that's true. We could be talking about this tomorrow. There's no guarantee this happens tonight. And by the rate, at the rate we're going, this really could extend itself into the next calendar day here. We have a lot more to learn as we make our way forward. And we're going to talk about debt and deficit coming up with
do they undo, which is why I'm mentioning a couple amendments by Republicans and not just Democrats. And as you mentioned, how close does it get it back towards the House version, or is it very, very different from what the House passed and very much a Senate bill? So it is possible they will do a wraparound amendment. But as of now, the big question is, what changes do they work into a wraparound amendment, and which changes do they undo with that final or near final vote?
But would the end goal of that, what sounds like very convoluted and difficult process, be to lower the price tag ultimately of this bill so that it's easier for the House to tolerate it and not have to go to conference committee, Jack?
I would think just logically the purpose of a wraparound amendment toward the end would be to undo things that Republican leaders see as Democratic shenanigans that may have gotten enough Republican support to be adopted, rather than cutting down on the cost. As we've watched this get closer to the floor, we've seen little measures trying to get support from holdouts, some Alaska-specific things for Lisa Murkowski, for example, that have increased the cost. It seems that giving little giveaways to key members is a bigger priority to getting this across the floor than reducing the overall cost. So if you're a real hardliner on that, that's probably not good news.
All right, Jack Fitzpatrick of Bloomberg Government live on Capitol Hill for us. Thank you so much. And certainly, as we consider the cost of this bill, that's something that Democrats are latching onto and running with, as several Democratic senators have warned about the package's impact on the deficit.
If the bill and the cuts included in the bill indeed reduce the deficit, as they claim it does, they wouldn't have needed to raise the debt limit in the process.
It also drives $4 trillion in debt. It used to be 3.4. Now it's up to $4 trillion.
We know what the math is. Everybody in this room knows the deficit is far worse today than it was when Donald Trump passed those tax cuts.
I don't want to hear any more from my colleagues about deficits. I don't want to hear any more crocodile tears about deficits. We're mortgaging our future.
And this is what we turn to now with Mark Goldwein, Senior Vice President and Senior Policy Director for the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, which has been out with warning after warning over the cost and deficit impact of this package. Mark, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. We know one of the first things the Senate did today was vote to adopt the current policy baseline, effectively saying, at least on paper, this doesn't cost the trillions of dollars that the Congressional Budget Office has estimated. Give us a reality check.
Yeah, at least on paper is really important because the bond markets aren't going to see it that way. This bill, as written, adds about $4 trillion to the debt. It includes a lot of gimmicky expirations. If you were to make it all permanent, adds about $5.5 trillion of debt. And they're trying to use some sort of legal shenanigans where basically the chairman of the Budget Committee says, I'm going to pretend that it reduces the deficit. And it's just not grounded in reality.
Current policy baseline. Maybe the most important thing, the most important vote that happened today, Mark, Republican senators voting in favor of this accounting method to continue what was basically started here in the House, which essentially means that extending the Trump tax cuts costs nothing. How does that math work?
Yeah. So it's even worse than that. So they are pretending the Trump tax cuts had already been extended, right? And so that basically gives them a free $3.8 trillion they don't have to charge themselves with. But they aren't pretending that everything's permanent. All of the new temporary tax cuts and spending in the bill, they are counting as temporary. So it's not even a pure, we're just going to assume everything's permanent baseline. It's a mix and match baseline to get their best desired number. And as I said, that might work for, the sales pitch and for the signs they want to hold up. But the bond markets aren't going to see it that way when we have deficits approaching 7-8% of GDP and debt that is zooming past World War II levels.
Okay, so let's consider some of the various solves for at least part of this math problem that senators are putting forward. Like, for example, Mark, the amendment that Senator Rick Scott is pursuing, which would end the federal or phase out federal cost sharing for Medicaid expansion under the Affordable Care Act. How much money would something like that really save? How far would that go into eating into the cost of this bill?
Sure. So they have about a $4 trillion hole. Senator Scott's amendment, which is actually pretty significant, would close about 10% of that. With interest, would about $400 billion. That'd be a pretty good start, but you still have the other 90% to go. This bill is past the point that you can sort of tinker with the Medicaid and SNAP and other changes and fix it. They really need to go back to the drawing board and make some major changes. And by the way, I should add, this bill is $1 trillion more expensive than the House. So even to get back to the House's number, they have to make major changes.
That's exactly what the Freedom Caucus was saying. The House Freedom Caucus out with a statement late yesterday saying it adds $1.3 trillion to the deficit that the House budget didn't have, 1,705% more than the House bill. You probably have heard talk about this wraparound amendment that might end the vote-a-rama here. Mark, it would revert this bill back to something closer to the House version. Makes it pretty difficult to come up with any estimates or projections here on what the real cost would be, isn't it?
We're doing our best to do the Insta estimates, but look, the House bill added about added about $3 trillion to the debt. This adds about $4 trillion to the debt. We should be reducing the debt by $8 trillion. I would much rather have the House one than the Senate one, but let's not pretend that either of these are fiscally responsible.
Well, of course, part of the Republicans' argument and part of the administration's argument, Mark, is that it's one thing to consider what the Congressional Budget Office can actually score, although they have qualms with that for not taking into account potential growth impacts to the extent that they would like. But the other is that there are certain things the Congressional Budget Office is not able to score, like, for example, the president's tariffs that are in place and bringing revenue into the Treasury. If we were to factor that in, what does the ultimate picture of these policies in aggregate actually look like?
Yeah, it's a fair point. So we've looked at the president's tariffs. If they were all to stay in effect as they are today, that means no new trade deals, no exemptions, no nothing. They would cover about half of the cost of this bill on a yearly basis. It's a head start. But remember, large parts of the president's tariff have actually been ruled illegal by the U.S. Trade Court. They're still in effect pending appeal. But if those end up going away, it only covers about 15 to 20% of this bill. So yes, tariffs raise revenue, but again, they're not going to cover the cost.
Well, and of course, we could have a bunch of trade deals announced. Mark, that's what the administration tells us as we get closer to July 9th. Howard Lutnick told Kaylee and I just a couple of days ago, expect about 10 trade deals between now and then. That takes money away from this, right?
That's exactly right. I mean, it depends what the trade deals are relative to, right? Because I wasn't giving you the Liberation Day reciprocal tariffs that they pulled because they were so damaging to the markets. But the tariff revenue could be weighed out. And on economic growth, the Congressional Budget Office actually looked at this, not with the Senate bill yet, but with the House bill. They found that economic effects makes it more costly. The reason is, lower taxes boost the economy, but higher debt also boosts interest rates. And because we have so much debt already, higher interest rates mean higher interest payments. Actually means the dynamic score adds more to the debt than what they call static scoring.
Well, and it's those interest payments that President Trump seems specifically focused on with his repeated criticism, and not just the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, but today widening it out to the entire Fed board, which he argues is just sitting by while rates stay high. He actually sent a note to the Fed chair with world central bank rates showing where he thinks the U.S. should be, somewhere in the ballpark of 25 to 175 basis points versus where we are now at 4.5%. Mark, does he actually, though, have a point about how the U.S. might be a fiscal, survival health necessity for interest rates to go lower because of this burden?
Well, last time the Fed cut rates in the short term, we actually saw the 10-year go up. So last year, remember, the Fed cut rates by about a whole full percentage point in total, and the 10-year Treasury went from 3.5 to 4.5. So cutting the near-term rate isn't a guarantee that the long term is going to go down. If the underlying sort of deficit, inflation, debt, market dynamics aren't feeling it. So, maybe the Fed cutting rates is going to help us, but it's not clear it's going to help us very much, and it could reignite inflation in the process.
Mark, it's great to have you with us. Mark Goldwine, Senior Policy Director, I should say, at the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Thanks for crunching the numbers for us. I'm not sure any single person has read this entire bill, Kaylee, 940 pages. Although Senate clerks divvied it up yesterday, it took them 16 hours starting late Saturday night into Sunday to read the big, beautiful bill.
Could you imagine being on air for 16 hours?
No.
We just got a few. We have another coming up at 5
Don't
p.m.
give them any ideas.
We'll see you then on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. Yes, indeed, it's Bloomberg Business Week Daily. No, that is not Tim Stenivek.
No, I'm not.
I mean, come on.
But I do listen to Tim Stenivek on a regular basis, so it's exciting to be here.
It's great to have you here. Tim is off a well-earned break this week, so we've got Matt kind of staying with us, helping us out here for the next few days.
I anchor typically Bloomberg Open Interest on Bloomberg
Heard of
Television every day from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Do tune in. So I watch the Open, and I'm always excited. I usually listen to the close.
I know.
Yeah.
And you're always like messaging in. Having said that, talk about things happening fast and furious once again, because we do have a headline crossing. The European Union willing to accept a trade agreement, an arrangement with the United States that includes a 10% universal tariff on many of its exports, but it wants the United States, Matt, to commit to lower rates on key sectors. This is the back and forth that we continue to see as the U.S. tries to kind of tie up all of these trade deals.
Yeah, absolutely. And, stocks come down a little bit on that, but they're still positive on the day, positive on the half, positive on the year. We're at an all-time record of 61.83. If we close here today, we will never have closed this high on the S&P 500. So it's amazing. This is, I think, just one more piece of what the market has seen all along. We've been worried that tariffs were going to ruin life as we know it. And the market said, you know what, it might not be that bad.
Well, especially when you do kind of in some ways a 180, but not completely, because we do know that we are going to see some higher costs here.
I mean, 10% tariffs are still 4 times higher than they were before.
Exactly. That's my point. That's my point. All right. Hey, we're going to get into that. We're going to talk about that big and beautiful spending and tax bill. We asked big and beautiful, but for whom and for what parts of the U.S. economy? And in case you forgot, how could you forget? There is still a war between Russia and Ukraine, still on in a big way. We saw Russia firing a record number of missiles and drones overnight. So we're going to check in with Ed Price, kind of get that macro view, Matt. Always important to remember that geopolitically, that can impact a lot of things. And then, did you see F1 over the weekend?
I did. I watched the movie on Friday. As soon as it was released, I went to the IMAX, and a huge winner for Apple.
All right, we're going to talk about that. Not such a great weekend for Squid Game, but we'll dig into that a little bit later on. Hey, let's get to that trade. We did see a leg down in U.S. stocks. Here is, once again, Charlie Pellet. Welcome back.
Hey, thank you very much. Great to be back. Matt mentioned Apple briefly there, down 0.3%. That headline bears repeating. EU to accept Trump's universal tariff, but will seek key exemptions. The story we're monitoring for you right here on Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing right now as we wrap up the quarter, we wrap up the month, we wrap up the first half. S&P right now up 12, gain there of 0.2%. Dow Industrials up 140. That is an advance of 0.3%. NASDAQ right now up 46. That's a gain of 0.2%. Notably, on an update for the rest of the market, our Mag 7 index trading lower, down 0.3%. 10-year 4.23%. The 2-year 3.72%. Gold up $19 the ounce, up 0.6%, $32.93. While West Texas Intermediate crude lower now by 0.9%, $64.94 a barrel. Right now we have got big banks climbing after passing the Fed's annual stress test, setting the stage for payouts. Among some of those bank names, J.P. Morgan Chase, which reports July 15th up 1%, Goldman up 2.2%, Wells Fargo up by 1%, and Bank of America down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, so-called big and beautiful, but what we do know is that it is indeed a massive tax and spending package, a linchpin of President Trump's campaign promises. It's making its way through the congressional process amid Republican internal fighting and Democrats launching attacks to exploit the divisions. Do want to point out that last night, Republican Tom Tillis, he warned Republicans were at risk of a backlash by failing to keep President Trump's health care promises. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that 11.8 million people could lose health coverage over the next decade as a result of the bill. Here's Senator Tillis.
I'm telling the president that you have been misinformed. You supporting the Senate mark will hurt people who are eligible and qualified for Medicaid. We're going to make sure that we fulfill the promise, and then I can feel good about a bill that I'm willing to vote for. But until that time, I will be withholding my vote.
All right, a little heated there. That, of course, North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis last night on the Senate floor. Whoever said governing was easy. Let's get more this process. What's next for President Trump's marquee piece of legislation? Joining us is Bloomberg News congressional reporter Eric Wasson. He's up there at the U.S. Capitol in D.C. All right, Eric, where are we in this process? That's already been a bit long in the tooth.
Well, since 9:30 a.m., Democrats have been throwing amendments at this bill to try to highlight the divisions among Republicans. None of the amendments are succeeding, and nor are they likely to, but it will make Majority Leader John Thune's job of wrangling what are really 8 key holdouts for the bill even harder. We have Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, sort of the moderate wing of the party. We're very concerned about the cuts to Medicaid, food stamps, and renewable energy. And we have another group, Rick Scott, Ron Johnson, Cynthia Lummis, and Mike Lee, who are conservatives and want much deeper cuts to Medicaid. They have an amendment that would potentially remove 20 million people and save another $350 billion in order to cut the federal match for Medicaid. That amendment's going to be brought and it's an attempt by leadership to get them on board. It's not clear what would happen if that does fail, if the likes of Susan Collins, Murkowski, and the Democrats bring it down. So Thune has his work cut out for him. We're expecting this bill to go late into tonight before it can pass. And then there's an open question of whether it can pass the House. We know Speaker Mike Johnson's been meeting with President Trump. There are people on the right and left of the GOP in the House that are worried about the Senate bill. We could very well see what I've been calling a hot tax summer of the bill bouncing back and forth between the chambers throughout July.
I just don't understand how this gets through it all, to be honest, Eric. I mean, everybody seems so sure that even though people have issues on both sides, it's going to pass. But, you know, on the SALT caucus, how could they capitulate and still expect to win anything ever again in New York, New Jersey, or California? And then in terms of deficit hawks, I mean, Scott Bessent was on Bloomberg Television this morning saying he's a hawk, but they're going to have to raise the deficit ceiling dramatically.
Yeah, well, 2 issues there. The SALT caucus mostly has capitulated already, except for Nick LaLota. The rest of the SALT caucus is on board with this deal. It's a $40,000 cap for 5 years instead of permanently, and it did basically allow or sort of bless a workaround by some pass-through businesses in order to claim unlimited SALT. That's the deal right now. Nick LaLota is dug in as a no vote, and that really matters because of the slim majority in the House. We already have Thomas Massey, a libertarian from Kentucky, who's a dedicated no. Nick LaLota add to that. That really makes the math very hard for Mike Johnson, the Speaker, who could probably only lose 3 or 4 people, depending on Dem absences. As far as the deficit hawk issue is concerned, we saw a very interesting development here in the Senate where they changed the rules essentially to allow a new form of accounting that would count current policy as the baseline for measuring bills. Basically, they're changing the measuring stick midway and calling the extension of the Trump tax cuts free, costing $0 instead of the $3.8 trillion it would cost, while at the same time including a bunch of temporary tax breaks, like the SALT deduction, like no tax on tips or overtime. This is basically creative accounting, and it seems to be winning over at least the votes of most of the deficit hawks in the party.
But it doesn't change the need to raise the debt ceiling, right? Because what you're talking about is an accounting gimmick. At the end of the day, we're going to have to spend more money.
Right, yes, the debt ceiling has to be raised. A lot of that's money that's already been appropriated, not directly caused by this bill. It's going to be raised by $5 trillion under the Senate bill, and something has to be done to avoid a U.S. payment default as soon as August. You know, there are amendments that are pending from Mike Lee and others that would raise it as low as $2 trillion or even $500 billion. I don't think that's likely to pass because basically Republicans and Donald Trump have concluded they need to raise this debt ceiling to get them through the midterm election, to not deal with it again right before voters have to go to the polls.
All right, so we're going to dig into this a little bit more in just a moment, but I want to just put it out to you, Eric. I mean, it's so easy as we cover something like this to get caught up in the process, the congressional process and the fighting and that kind of stuff that's going on to get this massive legislation passed. Having said that, who wins, who loses? Rich, poor, big companies versus small, north versus south, blue versus red. I mean, does America come out better on the other side of this? It doesn't sound so if we're going to have a much bigger deficit.
Well, I can't point to the Yale Budget Lab, which is very credible. It says it's basically a very regressive bill. You're seeing the net income of poor people who depend on Medicaid and food stamps going down, while the net income of the very rich going up. This is a key talking point for Democrats, and they're hoping to make political gold of it in the next election. Republicans, on the other hand, say that, look, most of Trump's tax cuts are going to expire. If you don't do anything, if there's just gridlock, you see a $4 trillion tax increase, that would hit the economy, which is already, experiencing turbulence from Trump's tariffs, et cetera. So there's an argument to be made there on either side.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Listen, we so appreciate it. Of course, Bloomberg News congressional reporter Eric Wasson with us from the U.S. Capitol in D.C. All right, we're going to stay with this massive $3.3 trillion package that the Republicans and certainly the president would like to see go through. We've talked about the CBO over the weekend, estimating that the Senate bill would add $3.3 trillion to deficits over 10 years compared to current law. Meantime, optimism that the U.S. is close to reaching deals with top trading partners has set the S&P 500 near 6,200, although we've seen it pull back after that headline that the EU to accept President Trump's universal tariff, but is seeking some key exemptions. So there's a lot coming at us. With a little bit more on the yin and yang factors, including trade and ultimately the U.S. economy, we actually heard from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent earlier. Matt mentioned it. He also touched on something very important to the U.S. and certainly monetary policy: inflation.
There's going to be a flurry going into the final week as the pressure increases.
What can you tell us about what's coming out of those deals? Are they inked deals or are they negotiations for future deals?
Well, what I can tell you is that the staff level, whether it's at Treasury, at USTR, at Commerce, people who've been around for 20 years are in amazement, and they're saying these countries are coming with offers that they can't believe. So in terms of bringing down tariffs, non-tariff trade barriers, we're leaving aside currency, the financing of the labor and capital in an advantageous way. All these countries are pulling back.
So you've said that trade negotiations could be wrapped up by Labor Day. How should investors and nations impact be thinking about that July 9th deadline? And could that be pushed back to avoid going back to those April 2nd tariff rates?
Well, that's going to be up to President Trump. And I'm not going to tell any country. We have countries that are negotiating in good faith, but they should be aware that if we can't get across the line because they are being recalcitrant, then we could spring back to the April 2nd levels. I hope that won't have to happen.
All right, that, of course, is U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent earlier with our Sonali Basak on Bloomberg Television. Well, that massive piece of legislation, we just talked about it. That's one factor. But the other thing is that ongoing race to tie up those U.S. trade deals with the world that we've certainly heard the Secretary talk about. We just had that headline about the EU to accept President Trump's universal tariff, but looking for some key exemptions. Let's continue to tie this all together and what it means for the U.S. economy. Bloomberg Economics senior geoeconomics analyst for Asia Pacific, Adam Ferrer, is with us. He joins us from our D.C. bureau. Adam, a lot coming at us. First of all, that EU headline, markets took a down swing, if you will, here in the U.S. on it. What do we know about that?
So, the reporting is just coming out, but it's not terribly surprising to see that the EU is making some progress after positive signals over the weekend to try and solidify something in the realm of a trade agreement by the July 9th deadline. The outstanding question really had been whether, one of the outstanding questions had been whether the EU would accept the 10% baseline without retaliating against the United States, which had been previous policy. This news, honestly, is good news for those looking for a deal. It shows that in Brussels, they are very committed to finding a way to an agreement. However, the sticky factor here remains that question of sectoral tariffs and what exceptions and exemptions will be provided, as you mentioned in the intro.
In terms of, good news versus bad news, I think a lot of the market would prefer no tariffs rather than the baseline. Is there any way that the EU is going to lower, for example, the tariffs it charges the U.S. on goods like cars and trucks?
So I think that's absolutely on the table. But, you know, given the EU dynamics and the pushback within the different countries within the bloc, I think we still don't know where that's going to land. I think a lot will depend, again, on what the United States is willing to give. You know, we just heard in this intro from Scott Bessent, who kind of outlined a lot of the problems that have persisted in these negotiations, a complete lack of understanding of where they're going to end, and the fact that no matter what they discuss or agree to in the room, the president has the final say and could change his mind. So I think this has left many in capitals around the world questioning what they should give and when, and how reliant they can be on whatever they agree to.
I'm curious too, as you continue to, like the rest of the Bloomberg team, kind of tie it all together and what it means for the U.S. economy. Ultimately, these trade deals, I mean, we're going to have higher tariffs. That's just a bottom line here. It's not going to go back to what it was. So we're talking about an economic cost here to the United States ultimately.
So I think the top line is right. The tariffs are here to stay. The only deal we've had in this 90-day sprint so far was with the United Kingdom. And what we saw from that, while maybe a little more flexibility on sectorals with the quota put forward for autos coming to the United States, the 10% baseline remained. And that sent the message across the board that 10% was likely to remain the lowest that the United States was willing to go. But I think we're also seeing right now that some countries are likely to get higher tariffs than that for the long term. What we're hearing right now is that Vietnam, one of the largest U.S. trade partners, is likely to accept somewhere near 20 or 25% tariffs. Now, the question becomes who's going to eat that, whether suppliers and producers will take that or whether consumers will have to take the brunt of it.
Yeah, I guess you could look at it in terms of the cost to consumers or to businesses if they take it in their margins. But you can also look at the revenue coming in. That's what the administration has been talking about a lot. Have you tried to ballpark the amount of revenue the U.S. is actually going to end up taking in on tariffs if you assume, for example, Adam, a 10% baseline around the world?
So our colleagues here at Bloomberg Economics have done some extensive research trying to play out the different scenarios, but I'll bring us back to the word at the beginning of this segment. Uncertainty lives across all of this. We simply don't have a sense right now for where countries are going to land. And with the president saying just a couple days ago that he's planning to send out letters with new tariff rates, we could see a much higher rate across the board with most countries, which would provide for additional revenue to the United States. Obviously, this also plays into this broader question about the impact on the debt of the big, beautiful bill working its way through Congress and how much revenue will actually be able to offset those additional costs.
I just wonder, because I've heard figures of up to $400 billion, but I believe that we have about 2.3, maybe 2.4 trillion in goods coming in, which would mean a 10% tariff brings in only 240 billion at maximum. So I'm just trying to get a better handle on how much money we could be making here.
Well, some estimates had put the 10-year benefit at over $2 trillion, which would have, offset again some of these costs for the big, beautiful bill. But I have to emphasize that we simply don't know how long these are going to last and what form they're going to take. And as you described earlier, there's likely to be significant added friction in the global trade system from tariffs and retaliatory measures from some countries that could increase costs across the board. So, at this point, we're throwing lots of things out there, trying to explore what it could look like, but we simply don't know.
Right. There's an assumption, too, that we continue buying at the same levels, right? Or do people just say, I'm out?
That's very true.
So
that's very true.
There's a lot of stuff. Adam Farrer, thank you so much. Bloomberg Economics Senior Geoeconomics Analyst for Asia Pacific there in our D.C. Bureau. Hey, coming up, President Trump completing the second term that Richard Nixon never finished. That's one viewpoint. We're going to talk about that and the wars and conflicts that continue around the globe. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. President Trump says he will sign an executive order terminating U.S. sanctions against Syria to boost that nation's struggling economy and support the new government. Also, the European Union is willing to accept a trade arrangement with the U.S. that includes a 10% universal tariff on many of its exports, but wants the U.S. to commit to lower rates on key sectors. U.S. stocks higher right now. Final trading day of the first half. Yes, we move on to July. We've got the S&P up 13 now, up 0.2%. Dow Industrials up 143, up 0.3. NASDAQ up 46. That is a gain of 0.2%. On an update for the rest of the market, the Bloomberg Mag 7 index is struggling with that index down now by 0.4%. 10-year 4.23%, 2-year 3.72%. Gold up $23 the ounce, up 0.7%, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, $64.99 a barrel on WTI. Michael Saylor's strategy is using common shares again to help finance the crypto treasury firm's purchases of Bitcoin, following criticism of the practice by renowned short seller Jim Chanos. The company was formerly known as MicroStrategy. Shares right now up by 6%. Again, recapping, S&P up 12, up 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, along with Matt Miller, Matt in for Tim Stanovic on this Monday. Hey, can you believe it was about a week ago that we were focusing on the Middle East and the U.S. strike on Iran? Like,
yeah. It was pretty intense. I actually heard Tim go through the whole timeline on Friday, which I thought was a fascinating replay because we're right back to where we started, right? Oil shot up to $81 a barrel on Sunday night, and we're back at like 67 right now.
Yeah, I'm just like kind of amazing the trip that we've already taken. And here we are today talking a lot about what's going on in Washington. We also had the NATO meeting of leaders last week. The Middle East, tariffs, military spending, and the Russia-Ukraine war were certainly some of the things that came up there. The war between Russia and Ukraine, it is now in its third year. Ukraine saying Russia fired a record 537 missiles and drones in a massive attack overnight. We also had a headline just a little while ago, a story crossing the Bloomberg, that President Trump will sign an executive order today terminating the U.S. sanctions program against Syria. That is according to White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt. So a lot going on geopolitically. We wanted to broaden out a little bit today, so delighted to have back with us Ed Price, former British trade official, now non-resident senior fellow at NYU, New York University. He has advised members of the European, also British parliaments, a former British trade official, and he writes often about politics, economic policy, and more. He's with us remotely from upstate New York. Ed, good to have you here with Matt and me on this Monday. I want to jump right to, there's so much going on, but you write in Barron's, President Donald Trump's efforts to reshape the nation have roots in Richard Nixon's unfinished presidency. How so?
Well, hi and happy Monday. It's because of two dates, 1971 and 1974. 1971 was, of course, the Nixon shock, which was effectively the transition from a dollar that made reference to gold to a dollar that didn't, which is fiat currency. And 1974 is when Richard Nixon's presidential career came to an end. Of course, in that year, he resigned after Watergate. And so what I mean by that is that the two underlying currents behind today's news, I would contend at home, are effectively a dollar story and a fiat dollar story. And on the other hand, the centralization of presidential authority and power that Nixon attempted and failed at, but that it seems Trump so far has had a better run at.
Right. Nixon said, if the president does it, that means it's not illegal. And Trump has certainly said that in various ways over the past 8 years. What about Nixon's resignation? I mean, it seems that Trump has gone the other way, right? Nixon was caught doing something illegal and kicked and screamed and left, and Trump has been sort of kicking and screaming and turning it into something that was okay. If you look, for example, at January 6th.
Yes, January 6th was egregious, and yet it stands. And I think that hints at how if Watergate happens today, nobody would blink, right? I mean, somebody busting a safe open and lying about it simply wouldn't make the news.
Not even blink. I mean, they would celebrate it, right?
Well, they probably would, depending on their political views. I would caution everybody, including myself, because I'm so guilty of this, of always sort of looking to Trump as the independent variable in all cases.
Well, I want to jump in for a moment because I was just thinking as you were talking, what you were saying, is it more about the U.S. public has changed and that they wouldn't balk at a Watergate today versus what they did during the Nixon administration? Does it say more about the U.S. citizens at large, or many of them, versus an individual president or individual administration?
Well, ultimately, American politics are a sub-function of the American people, as you rightly point out. And every couple of years we have a major election, and the views of the people are thereafter represented in our government via those elections. So yes, I would say that the American people have moved from, for want of a better word, a puritanical view of the world to something a little less puritanical in, say, the last 20 or so years. But it's also a function of the Supreme Court, because as Matt just mentioned, when Trump says that his own version of if the president does it, it's not illegal, the Supreme Court has effectively said that for him too, when it ruled that anything within his official remit is not subject to prosecution. So there's a shift, I think, in the presidency, the people, and the Supreme Court.
I wonder how you feel about in a sense, the state and local tax deduction debate. As an outsider looking at the balance that the U.S. Founders intended between state and federal power, my reading of this, because admittedly I don't like paying this much money, is that it's federal overreach, undue federal overreach to cap the state and local tax deduction because they're impinging on states' rights to sort of taxation autonomy. But no one else seems to talk about this at all. Do you see the power shifting to Washington and away from state capitals?
I do, as a broad theme, and I know you enjoy paying taxes, Matt. So I'm sorry to hear that's an ongoing problem for you. Yes, there is a centralization of power in the American body politic that is one theme that I think Nixon introduced, perhaps, and that people like Dick Cheney tried to theorize with his vice presidency and the unitary executive. But there's another theme pushing back at that, which is, as you just mentioned, states' rights, liberty, individual rights, and so on. And these two strands are bumping up against each other constantly in American history, but it seems that in 2025 they're bumping into each other with ever more friction.
You know what I wonder too? I mean, the U.S. is by far still the largest economy in the world. And I know that is the current situation. Those mantles can change, but it is still significant, even, significantly still above the second largest, which is China. So I understand that its prospects could be dimming based on the actions of the current administration. At least some might say that. But I do wonder, because of that, and still having the most liquid markets, or, you think about the Treasury market, still very liquid. And I know you've got some very significant thoughts about the diminishing of the dollar. And we saw the dollar eyeing its longest monthly slide since 2017 as we wrap up the month of June. I mean, does that just by size alone, Ed, though, continue to make the United States a pretty dominant presence in the global economy, and not just economically, but politically?
Well, yes and no. I mean, it's not just a monthly slide. The dollar has had its weakest start to a year since 1973, losing over 10%. I read that in the FT this morning, and in 73, I think it was 15%. So there are signs in the data and anecdotal reports of a weakening demand for the dollar. But that's a double-edged sword, because, as you rightly say, the U.S. is present in the world. It is primarily present through the dollar. That was Nixon's decision. He was faced with a choice between continuing to supply the dollar as accords global demand, and that required a fiat currency, or not, and pulling back into sort of a dollar supply that would be more appropriate for the U.S. economy. He chose the former. But that's good until it's bad, right? And we don't know the horizon at which investors, other countries, sovereigns, pension funds, central banks will really take a look at the dollar itself and say, we don't buy it as a store of value anymore because it's oversupplied. So that oversupply does keep the global economy ticking. It keeps Uncle Sam's presence all over the world. But there is a day not too far in the future where inevitably a preponderance of people will really scratch their head about whether the dollar is actually worth what it says it is.
I will say that if you back out and look at the dollar as measured by either the DXY or the Bloomberg Dollar Index over the last, say, 25 years, we're still well above the average and at relatively high levels. But I see this in treasuries as well. You know, as Federal Reserve independence is threatened, and maybe Donald Trump can't do anything to Jerome Powell, but Paul Tudor Jones told us last week that he expects Donald Trump to put the yesest yes man in charge of the Fed as soon as he can in 2026. The market doesn't care. They're still buying treasuries, and the 10-year yield is back down to 4.25%.
Well, I guess it's like a dualism, isn't it? Because while the good times are rolling, the good times are rolling. This is Hyman Minsky, but as they're rolling, the bad times are storing up. And if people still look at the dollar and say, everything's tickety-boo, we'll keep buying it, it's still the best game in town, then de facto it is, because it's reflexive, and that's what they're doing, and they're creating their own reality. But, I mean, we would be very silly to look at Trump's antics with regard to Jerome Powell and see anything other than an assault on central bank independence. And frankly, if I was in the Fed, I'd be hopping mad, because they've just pulled off a soft landing. Admittedly, they haven't got inflation under control in a way that they might like, but they did a pretty good job with soft landing. And then along comes so-called Liberation Day and all these other announcements that are really sending minds racing as to what the future of U.S. economic data is. But I concede your point. The dollar is the dollar. It is doing well now. It will continue, but at some point, something's going to happen.
One thing I do want to ask you, and is still happening now in its third year, is the war between Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine saying that Russia fired a record 537 missiles and drones in massive overnight attacks. It keeps going on, and I always get worried a little bit, Ed, you know, as we kind of run from the shiny new old thing to the other shiny new old thing. And we kind of are doing that a lot, especially, I know, in terms of our coverage. Sometimes it's domestic news, sometimes it's geopolitics, trade, tariffs. Top of mind for you as we continue to see this war unwind, and it does feel like the world is growing a bit wary in terms of supporting it.
Yes, this war was Putin's choice. The fact that there is a war in Ukraine was Putin's choice. The fact that the war continues is not his choice. It's the selection of other countries. It's been the selection of Iran that helped him build his own domestic drone program. It's been the selection of China and North Korea, who have respectively helped him with materiel and now men. And I'm afraid to say that it's also the selection of the United States and Europe, because we were in a position earlier in this war to take a different strategic approach, to provide long-range weapons, for example, to Ukraine, perhaps even to send peacekeepers. I know I'll get some emails for having said that on your show. But it's an international agreement to let this thing continue and to let Ukraine bleed out. And I, for the life of me, don't understand why, A, Biden accepted the nuclear threats and framing of Putin, and B, President Trump doesn't seem to want to end it the way he could.
We never have enough time. Hey, great to check in with you. Ed Price, former British trade official, non-resident senior fellow at NYU, joining us on this Monday. When we come back, what some folks were watching, including Matthew Miller, and not watching this hot and steamy weekend. We're coming back on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Do not go anywhere.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Could see another record on the S&P 500 index if we close higher. Right now, up 6 to 61.79 as we wrap up the first half of 2025. Right now, looking at a gain of 0.1% on the S&P. NASDAQ, we're going to call that little changed, up just 9 points right now, up less than 0.1%. The Dow up 103, higher by 0.2%. Mag 7 index slumping 0.7%, with the 10-year 4.22%, the 2-year 3.71%. Spot gold up $24 the ounce to $32.98, up 0.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.7%. WTI 65.06 a barrel. The UK's antitrust watchdog says Boeing's $4.74 billion deal to buy Spirit AeroSystems Holdings will face UK antitrust investigation. Boeing announced the deal late last year. Boeing shares today are slumping 2.8%. Spirit AeroSystems down by 1.4%. Recapping, S&P 500 index now paring its gain to just 5 points, up by less than 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily on this Monday. Carol Master, Tim is out this week. Matt Miller is in the house. And I feel like this is a gift. Did you take off your glasses?
I did, yeah.
You're kind of messing with me.
Well,
you can't do that.
Here's
like,
the thing.
Two-thirds
I
of the
didn't
way
have
through
to
the
start
show.
wearing glasses until I was like 46, 47.
Yeah.
And I still don't like it. You know?
I know, but I'm like, okay.
So I have to wear them to read stuff that's close, but I don't need them to see the camera.
Do you
which is
remember one
further
time
away.
I changed my part and you were like thrown? I don't know if you remember this, but you take off your glasses and I'm thrown a little bit.
In a good way.
We digress. All right, let's talk about some stuff that was happening over the weekend. It was a hot one. I bet a lot of people went to the theaters because it was cooler there. And in fact, one of the films that benefited, actually, it was at the box office, but couldn't you also watch it? Could you watch it on streaming too?
I don't think so. No,
okay.
I went to see it in an IMAX theater, as one should with a
Maybe
movie
it came
like
up on
this.
my app that like you could buy the ticket or something on Apple or something.
I'm sure you could buy the streaming ticket ahead of time, but I suggest, like a movie like this, you have to go watch it in the theater, right?
Okay. Well,
unless you live in the White House or something, you just don't have a good enough sound system. It's Dolby Atmos.
Anyway, Apple's new Formula One car racing film F1, it did really well at the box office, $55.6 million in the U.S. and Canadian theaters. Check it out if you haven't already. But over on Netflix, Squid Game didn't do so well. Let's get to media and what happened over the weekend. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Associate Analyst Kevin Neer is in the house, joining us here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Great weekend for F1.
Yeah, it was a solid opening for F1. I mean, you just mentioned, all the marketing that went into this movie. Big bet for Apple. This is their highest budget theatrical release ever. And it's off to a great result. It's not outstanding by any means.
Is this the first theatrical release for Apple?
No. This is their fourth, I believe. They had Killers of the Flower Moon, Napoleon, Argyle. This is the only one they're releasing this year.
What a flop.
Yeah.
Argyle, too. I can't believe that was made for DVD, that movie. Flower Moon was a little bit better, but... So you haven't seen this.
I haven't seen it. I did watch the haptic trailer, which I was talking to you about. I know that's not the same thing as watching
Doesn't really
the movie.
count, having seen the trailer.
But
It's a 3-hour movie.
But your phone shakes. It's really cool.
You felt the trailer.
Tell us. Yeah. You saw it. Why did you like it?
And I think, and Kevin, tell me if you agree. I think for a normal person who's not immersed in motorsport and racing, it was pretty good. In terms of, other Brad Pitt films, it's certainly no Benjamin Button. It's not like a great script. It wasn't star-studded. He was the only major name other than
Thelma and Louise?
No, Thelma and Louise is far better, I think.
Okay.
But for a weekend blockbuster with a lot of popcorn and a ton of people, for that, it's perfect.
Yeah, it's a great movie. I think that going into the weekend, a lot of people were talking about this movie as if it's going to be maybe like the dad movie of the summer, kind of what we saw with Top Gun Maverick a couple of years ago, obviously the same production team. And it remains to be seen whether this will have a great full run. But yeah, exactly as you're saying, solid cast, great. And then they leaned really hard into the IMAX of it all. So really overperformed on those IMAX screens.
$55.6 million doesn't seem that much to me. How much did it cost to make this puppy?
It's been speculated on 200 to 300 around that ballpark.
Okay.
Which is a lot. $56 million. Certainly not going to make all of its money back in one weekend. Now the question is, will it really have those legs and continue to bring people back to the theaters week after week? But of course, this is just part one, right? So just the theatrical is one revenue stream. They'll still have streaming down the road.
Well, and I'm guessing like how you see it, Matt, you keep talking about kind of what kind of screen you need to see it. You actually talked with the producer, F1 producer, you and Hannah Elliott, Jerry Bruckheimer. Just before we play a little bit of sound, give us some setup here.
Well, yeah, we talked to Jerry Bruckheimer because, we had talked to Toto Wolff earlier.
Oh, right.
Who is the CEO of Mercedes-AMG F1.
Yeah.
And he worked on it. He actually makes a cameo in the movie, but his character is essentially played by Javier Bardem. And he said, you guys should talk to Jerry. So Hannah, Elliott, and I, we have a podcast called Hot Pursuit that's all about cars. And so Hannah got him, and we asked him, where you should see this movie, why he's making it, what does it mean to his legacy? Listen to what he had to say.
For this movie, you want to see it on the biggest screen possible. You want to go to IMAX. You want to hear that Dolby sound, that Atmos. It's just so experiential to be part of it. It's a thrill. If you want to go and have a thrill for a night with your wife or your girlfriend or your friends, this is the perfect outing. It's something that's gives you a lift, makes you feel good, takes you away from the chaos in the world for over 2 hours, and that's what we try to do.
I thought it was definitely a thrill for most of the people in the theater. Better than Top Gun Maverick, not as good as Armageddon.
That's an interesting list you got there.
No, that's just Bruckheimer. I'm just looking at Bruckheimer movies, right?
You like to rank, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
It's a long movie too, right? So obviously
3 hours, yeah.
Yeah, so that kind of limits the show times, limits the amount of people you can actually get into those theaters and turn them over. I mean, the question for this movie, obviously, we all wanted to know how the movie is going to perform over the weekend.
Right.
But this kind of enters into the broader discussion of what is the appetite for Formula One in this country? Obviously, you've got the F1 fans, the hardcore fans came into the theaters, but the F1 U.S. media rights are coming up for renewal this year. ESPN has those rights until the end of the year. The question is, who's going to take them? Is it going to be an Apple? Is it going to be a Netflix? Is it going to be a Disney?
I do feel like F1, I don't know, Matt, it just feels like in the last couple of years, it's just taken off in a big way. But you saw the movie.
Because of Netflix, right?
I watched racing car movies, and if it's a good story, it's kind of fun. Is this a movie that's going to appeal to a lot of people?
I think it'll appeal to a wide swath of people, and they did an amazing job filming the racing scenes. Apparently, Brad Pitt and a lot of the others had practiced driving for months. That was part of Pitt's demands, and I bet you Apple spent a hell of a lot of money on that because he loves to drive. He loves racing, and he's been a huge fan. What would you say are the top, Kevin, Brad Pitt movies? I'm looking through, and I think Seven obviously is up there, right? Moneyball was pretty amazing. Michael Lewis's Moneyball. Yeah. I love Fury. Interview with the Vampire.
Yep. Fight Club, classic.
What about you, Carol? You already mentioned Thelma and Louise. Is that as far as you go?
All he has to do is just kind of stand.
True Romance is a great bit role.
I loved Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is
great.
By the way, that brings me to an amazing point. I think it's an interesting point. I thought he looked great in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and still normal. And now it looks like he's got some filler. He's doing some surgery. I don't know what it is.
Do you know what his
We should all be so lucky
to
look like Brad Pitt.
Do you know they're saying his highest grossing film? Do you know what it was?
Highest grossing film?
World War Z.
Oh, love that movie.
Yeah.
Love that movie.
All right.
Zombies.
All right, we got to run. We didn't get time to talk Squid Game, but not so good in terms of Netflix.
It's horrible.
All right, another time. Kevin, thank you for putting up with us. Kevin Neer, he's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Associate Analyst joining us here in studio. Do you want to mention a headline?
Legends of the Fall. Legends of the Fall. That would have to be my favorite Brad Pitt movie.
Can you hold for a moment?
Sorry.
All right, Apple considering using artificial intelligence technology from Anthropic, PBC, or OpenAI to power a new version of Siri, potentially sidelining its own in-house models. The company apparently has talked with both Anthropic and OpenAI about using their large language models for Siri and has asked them to train versions of their models that could run on Apple's cloud infrastructure for testing.
So Apple's looking to use anyone else but their own people.
Some are saying hallelujah. No, this isn't the story. I'm just saying Siri I got to tell you, I get into battles with Siri.
It just isn't there, and I can't understand why Apple, which is an ecosystem that I fully immerse myself in. I live in this, and it's a $3 trillion company.
Yep.
Why can't they do it with Siri?
Apple looked like it popped a little bit on the stock, but it's back down about 0.4%. So we'll continue to dig into that story. Do not go anywhere. Check on some of the stocks on the move, including maybe Apple, when we continue. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we are coming up on about an hour to go until we wrap up the trade on this Monday. He's so distracting.
I just, listen,
Do you know that?
It's not me. A lot of clients are writing
It is
in
you.
with
You're the only
Brad
other
Pitt
one
movies
besides Alex
that
in
I
the room.
missed. And there's so many. Inglourious Bastards was obviously his part in that, especially, is amazing. Snatch, the talent, the skill that it takes to play
It
that
actually
part.
reminds you what a range this dude
Yes,
has.
Fury,
He's beyond being, a pretty face.
And then Fight Club is the one that I missed, obviously the main one. I also thought Burn After Reading, he had a bit part in that, or not a bit part, a big part in that. He had a bit part in The Big Short.
I love
So he's
The
in
Big Short.
more than one Michael
I
Lewis.
love The Big Short.
The thing is, Brad Pitt, like almost every movie he's in
There's also Ocean's 11.
is great.
I
He's
know.
amazing in that.
I know. All right, guys, just real quickly, S&P 500 right now, we're off our best levels of the session, still up about 11 points on the S&P 500, Dow up 139 points, NASDAQ 100, a gain of 69 points. I'm Carol Masser, along with Matthew Miller, in for Tim Stenovec. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Semenova. And when we take a look at some stocks that are moving today, you got to talk about, well, where do you want to start?
So A little less exciting than Brad Pitt is Hyatt Hotels' real estate portfolio. They're selling 15 resorts for $2 billion. This is part of an effort to cut back on its real estate holdings and to add to its all-inclusive offerings. They've been trying to do that for years now. Tortuga Resorts, that is the joint venture of private investment firms KSL Capital Partners and Rodina. They'll be buying those properties, and the transaction is expected to be completed at the end of this year. Hyatt is also eligible to receive an additional $143 million if certain operating thresholds are met in this deal. It entered into a 50-year agreement for contracts on 13 of those 15 hotels, meaning that the company will earn fees from those properties into its loyalty programs. Now, broadly, the deal is expected to reduce volatility in its portfolio. Jefferies called it a strategic move, and Morgan Stanley analysts are saying that this removes uncertainty over asset dispositions in this current macro environment. The stock is about flat right now, is up as much as 4% earlier in the day.
Yeah, a bit of a swing there, right, in terms of the trade. Yeah. You want to go to the next
Robinhood.
Let's
so
do it.
This is, I'm not sure if Vlad Tenev is on tomorrow, or he might have been on the close. We'll ask Romaine when we get to Romaine, but the stock is up, and Vlad has been saying he wants to tokenize equities, and now I guess they're doing it.
Yeah, that's getting a really positive reaction today, up about 12% right now. And Matt, actually, the stock is up 148% this year. Didn't realize how well it was doing. It is joining the push to trade U.S. equities on the blockchain. It is tokenizing U.S. securities to 150,000 customers in 30 countries, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. Tokenized securities are blockchain traded assets whose values mirror the underlying equity. My favorite part of this whole announcement is that Vlad Tenev actually unveiled this in Cannes, France, at the chateau where Alfred Hitchcock's To Catch a Thief was. He went on to say that crypto is more than a speculative asset, very poetic. Exchange-traded shares are available to investors in most parts of Europe right now, but advocates for these tokenized versions say that they offer benefits of equities, including dividends and stock splits.
It does look like Vlad Tenev is going to be on at 3:10 p.m., I think, today.
Okay,
on,
good. So he's just about to come
Bloomberg
up
television.
on.
Yeah.
But don't
the close. What? But don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. Like, still listen to us.
Have multiple
and,
screens.
Yeah. Goldman Sachs, and to me, the bank stories were huge today. So not only did you have, I mean, the fact that they passed the stress test is not huge.
No,
huge.
we expected
Obviously, they're going to. And I feel like they might want to grade on the curve and just fail at least once a year. But that wouldn't be great for the economy.
And you don't want to be that one bank.
But ING also in the news for firing like 230 managers. There's a lot of bank news and a lot of movement.
Yeah, a lot going on. Shares of banks across the board are gaining after comfortably clearing the Fed stress test late Friday. That set the stage for lenders to boost buybacks and dividends to shareholders. The heavyweights today all moving higher. Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JP Morgan, and Citi. And also, guys, the KBW Bank Index is rising for an 8th straight day. Just shows what an incredible run this sector has had. And of course, we have earnings season coming up, and they're kind of the informal curtain raiser for what's ahead. So everyone will be tuning into what banks are saying. Obviously, looking at remarks from Mike Mayo, he says that the Fed stress test is a clear demonstration that regulation is becoming less onerous, less volatile. Boding well for the sector.
I mean, look at the KBW Bank Index. It's up about 9.5% so far this year, compared with about a 5% gain in the S&P 500. So
Financials as a group are up like 8% and change this year.
Would be voting well. You know,
I think they're the third biggest gainer. You have industrials as the biggest gainer year to date, right?
Yeah.
And then comm services, which is the hyperscalers, and then financials in third place.
Yeah, they've really had some outperformance there.
And most strategists I've spoken to say that is set to continue in the second half of the year.
All right, good to know. Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Semenova. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes, the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Hey, for those of you watching on television, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Matt and I, though, continuing right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're going to continue to track this market. We're going to talk with Joe Weisenthal about Jim Chanos and AI, and curious what
and odd lots.
Joe has to
I think
say
it's fair to say we're going to talk about odd lots because that podcast has become so popular in itself that it's fair to make it a subject of discussion.
I agree. Looking forward to that. Right now we're looking at markets turning around again. A little bit of a bounce to the upside, up 18 on the S&P.
Another new record.
Do not go anywhere. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. It's busy on Capitol Hill with the July 4th holiday approaching and President Trump's deadline for passing his tax and spending bill.
Republicans need to stay tough and unified during the home stretch, and we are counting on them to get the job done.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, CBS's Natalie Brand is following.
The clerk will call the roll.
Senators launched a vote-a-rama Monday morning as Republicans try to tee up a final vote on the president's tax cut and spending mega bill as early as today.
Bring amendment after amendment after amendment to the floor, so Republicans can defend their billionaire tax cuts.
Over the weekend, Republicans narrowly voted to move forward with debate, which stretched into late Sunday night.
This bill makes the 2017 tax cuts permanent. It avoids a tax increase for your family that's coming in December if we don't act now.
The Supreme Court will take up a Republican-led drive to wipe away limits on how political parties work with candidates to raise money. Zachary Shimtab is editor of the SCOTUS blog.
It's a challenge to whether political parties can be restricted from spending money on campaign advertising with input from political candidates. So this could potentially upend campaign finance regulations a great deal.
CBS's Katrina Kaufman reports the jury is now deliberating in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs.
These are complex charges: racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Ultimately, racketeering conspiracy carries up to life in prison.
There's been a dramatic rescue at sea involving a cruise ship. Stacey Lynn has that.
A Disney Cruise Line ship was returning to Fort Lauderdale when a child fell overboard, and her father jumped in after her. The crew threw life preservers into the water and launched rescue boats to save them, while the father treaded water with his daughter in his arms. The heroic rescue caught on video and posted on social media by passengers, who cheered when the mission was complete. In a statement, a Disney Cruise Line spokesperson commended crew members for their prompt actions. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
It is hot in Europe and in the UK, where Wimbledon just got underway.
I'm sunburned all over.
The BBC's Guy Hedgecoe is in Madrid.
50 years ago, it was extremely unusual to have a heat wave in June. Now it's unusual, but it started happening more and more. There have been 9 heat waves in June in Spain over the last 25 years.
Checking the numbers on Wall Street, stocks have been higher all day. The Dow Jones Industrial is currently up 184 points. This is CBS News. If you love the great outdoors, there's a new guide that could help you choose your perfect vacation spot. Stephen Kaufman has that.
With the summer now underway, the nonprofit Smile Hub is out with a report that looks at the best states for those who enjoy the great outdoors. It compares each of the 50 states across 3 key dimensions:
environmental quality, outdoor activity access, and economic impact and job opportunities.
Topping the list, says the organization's Luke Powers,
Montana ranked first, Alaska ranked second, and Colorado ranked third.
Not far behind New England states and the Pacific Northwest. Stephen Kaufman, CBS News.
The International Criminal Court said today it had identified and contained a targeted cybersecurity incident. It's the second such attack in the space of 2 weeks. The ICC said the incident came late last week, describing the attack as new, sophisticated, and targeted. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily on radio, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. Carol Masser along with Matt Miller in for Tim Stenovec on this Monday. Tim is off this holiday shortened trading week. Having said that, Matt, we're about 54 minutes away or so from the closing bell. We're going to get ready to wrap up month of June, the second quarter, and the first half. We've got stocks taking a little bit of a leg up here in the last, 10 or 15 minutes. We've been bouncing around today.
Yeah, I mean, really just bouncing back to where they were before we got that EU headline that the EU is considering taking a 10% baseline tariff, but with some key cutouts. Not a lot of detail there. So a stock's bouncing back in what are some pretty easy financial conditions, right? I mean, the 10-year yield is back down to 422, so off 5 basis points right now. Oil prices are down considerably. I mean, it's as if the U.S. bombing of Iranian nuclear plants never happened. So
1 week ago.
NYMEX crude is less than $65 a barrel. Brent is below 67. So I guess from that perspective, it makes sense that we'd be back to a record again on the S&P 500, almost at 6,200.
Pretty amazing, kind of the moves that we have seen in a relatively short period of time. Hey, having said that, over the next couple of hours, we're going to catch up with our Joe Weisenthal of the Odd Lots podcast, talk a little Jim Chanos and a possible maybe AI reckoning, short pullback. We'll see how he qualifies it. Also, Sam Stovall on the quarter and half that was in stocks and what's next. And then we've got an individual who is running to be the next governor of California, or wants to be at least included in that race.
You know what I want to talk about?
Housing?
State and local tax deductions.
Oh, shocking.
Important for California, and Californians, obviously important for New Yorkers as well.
All right, we're going to talk a little AI, too, and the power demands. We're going to do that with the Chief Product Officer and General Manager of High Performance Computing and AI over at HPE. They've had their own news. They have been a top performer, the stock at least, in today's session. All right, let's get to it.
Because of Juniper.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well done. I like when you're read in. All right, let's get to the overall trade. Let's check in once again with Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much. Indeed, stocks higher across the board. We've got just about 53 minutes to go until we wrap up the quarter and the first half. Do want to begin with artificial intelligence. Developing story reporting by our Mark Gurman. Apple shares they're higher by 1.1%. Apple considering using artificial intelligence technology from Anthropic or OpenAI to power a new version of Siri, sidelining its own in-house models in a potentially blockbuster move aimed at turning around its flailing AI effort. So right now, Apple shares, they're gaining by 1%. Stocks higher, S&P at a record up 2261.95 where we stand now, up 0.4%. The Dow up 193, up 0.4. NASDAQ, the composite index, also up 0.4%. 10-year 4.22% with the 2-year 3.71%. Gold at 3,300 even, up $25 the ounce, up 0.8%, and a retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 64.92 a barrel. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks so much. All right, as we've been saying over and over, stocks getting ready to wrap up a pretty stellar quarter. We've seen stocks at all-time highs today amid progress in U.S. trade talks, and also some hopes that the Fed will resume its rate cuts, driving treasuries toward their biggest first-half stretch in 5 years. The dollar eyeing its longest monthly slide since 2017. We want to talk markets. We want to talk also enthusiasm for all things artificial intelligence, which has helped propel stocks to another all-time high, especially when some well-known folks to Wall Street, including legendary short seller Jim Chanos, have some warnings about the AI ecosystem getting close to a potential pullback. He spoke before a live audience for taping for our Odd Lots podcast with Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway. Here's Jim reminding us, what happened, though, during the dot-com era.
Where we made a lot of money on the short side, idiosyncratically, after .com, from sort of 03 to 09, were in analog businesses that saw their business digitize. So if you were selling an analog product that became digital, you were in a lot of trouble. Think like Kodak, or Blockbuster, Yellow Pages, those kinds of businesses, right? That suddenly just didn't have to exist. And there's going to be a raft of them post-AI, and people already kind of started to think that through. But there will be industries that are collecting what I call agency rents that will suddenly not be able to collect those agency rents.
All right, that, of course, Jim Chanos with the team of Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway, the hosts of the Odd Lots podcast, in a taping before a live audience for the Odd Lots podcast. Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Joe Weisenthal back in our studio. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Congratulations. Good stuff. Jim
We had a
Chanos.
good time. Yeah, I'll always love chatting with Jim. Never, always something to say.
Well, what did you
He's
want?
so on it.
He is so on it, has been on it, right?
He's
I feel
always
like
on
for
it.
decades. So what did you, like, first and foremost think, like, what did you want to hear from him?
Well, you know, he keeps getting into fights with people online about these so-called Bitcoin treasury companies, you know, these companies that raise money literally just to buy Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And, like, it's so crazy that this is a category of company that actually exists, right? You know, it's like we actually take this seriously as a category of company. It's like, oh, here's a home builder, and here's a company that does enterprise software, and here's a company that builds airplanes, and here's a company that raises money to buy Bitcoin. And it's like, why is that a company? Because there's ETFs that exist, and you can buy Bitcoin already, and there's nothing special about, oh, I'm going to raise money from you to make a company that, you know, it's so...
What's the value creation there?
Right. Although,
what's the value creation?
Although he would say, I mean, Michael would say that there's a value in the financial products that they create, as well as the software that they write.
Well,
I know this because I asked him last week. Michael Saylor, that is.
I mean, all these funny companies are shedding their legacy businesses and just pivoting into this, in part because they say, and we interviewed Saylor on the podcast years ago, and we really should interview him again sometime, but he was like, oh, you know, like the dollar is a melting ice cube, and you're like falling behind if you don't buy Bitcoin. Lots of companies do perfectly fine without owning Bitcoin because they build productive products that people actually want to buy and consume, such as, say, a Microsoft or Amazon or something like that. So it really is a little bit unclear exactly what the added value is, why any of these companies trade over NAV. It's not entirely obvious. And so, you know, Jim has spent his whole life studying absurdities and bubbles, and he believes this is one.
I mean,
But look, people say that about Bitcoin
there are
as well.
so many right now.
And this is the other thing that we
what
talked
about
about.
Tesla, Joe?
Well, this is the other thing that I think is really interesting right now, which is that you could have looked at all this stuff in 2021. You say, well, this is ZERP mania, right? This is what happens when you cut rates, or this is what happens when you turn on the fiscal taps and interest rates are zero. People do a bunch of wild stuff. What's your excuse now? Like, you have to go, like, to my mind, you have to go revisit all of those arguments from the 2010s era and all of these things that people attributed to ZERP. And then you look at the 10-year yield as a 4 point, you know, ZERP is it's ancient memory.
We're done.
And yet all of these things that people thought were absurd, they still persist. And so then we have to go revisit all of our assumptions from those times.
I want to go back to, though.
Hang on, can I just point out, things that are absurd can persist for a long time.
Yeah, that's
right.
Because I remember you were telling me that Bitcoin was absurd.
No, I know, you're putting words in my mouth.
$250, you were like, this is crazy. Like, if you liked it at 1,000, why don't you buy
and look,
it now?
I don't remember if I ever actually said Bitcoin was absurd, but I probably did. But, you know, something I was thinking about in the defense of all these Bitcoin.
It could be, by the way, still absurd. It's just worth a lot more.
And something I was thinking about in the defense of all these companies, when Bitcoin existed, you know, it had this sort of very mystical, mysterious entry into the world. We still don't know who created it. And then all these copycats started up.
Right.
And I was like, oh, well, Bitcoin is going to be the only one because it has this sort of like divine creation story, and that can't be replicated because the rest of these are just... And yet there's hundreds of thousands of other coins out there, and many of them have non-zero values. So certainly everyone who's like, oh, this is absurd, this is a bubble, this is going to go away. I mean, we look stupid if we ever said that. There's no question about that.
All I know is I was talking to an individual over the weekend who told me, oh, yeah, I'm retired. Relatively young person. They're like, yeah, you know,
really?
I invested in some Bitcoin. And, you know,
I'm just
telling you that
the fact that people make money on it doesn't mean it's not ridiculous, right? So I also was I followed with interest the story of Bitcoin, but other than gold, there's no use case for it.
Did you actually have Bitcoin stolen from you by showing your QR code on TV?
I did, but it wasn't me that showed it. It was Adam Johnson.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations on the wedding, buddy.
I thought it was you.
Oh, he got married?
He got married.
I'm so happy.
It was Adam Johnson who showed my private.
Oh, it's your key. Got it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway.
You'd be retired now, too, if you had
Okay.
it.
We only
It was
have
only $20.
All right, 2.5 minutes left because I want to get to what
Yeah.
he had to say about AI because everybody's kind of all in and there's a lot of money sloshing around AI. He said what?
You know, he thinks there's a lot of real businesses here that are clearly making money, and then there's a lot of companies that are just sort of like gonna get incinerated. But the fact is, you know, like if you look at the companies that are actually making money, they're real.
Yeah.
There's a lot of garbage out there for certain. There's a lot of speculative mania. But, you know, I think at some point he suspects, I'm not going to put words in his mouth, that people are going to like the .com bubble, which proved to have durable worth, or the telecom bubble, which proved to have durable worth, which people got over their skis about. Probably some period where like, what is the return we're really getting on all of this investment, particularly from the corporate perspective? But he's not like a hardcore AI naysayer, and I think he recognizes that there are a lot of companies with serious businesses making substantial actual profits.
Can we, because we've only got a minute and a half, and I want to ask about Mamdani.
Go.
Right? You guys talked to Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah, we did.
I'm talking to some clients here on the Bloomberg who are card-carrying capitalists, and they're like, yeah, maybe I'm a socialist because I liked his ideas.
This is the thing.
Did you leave the interview also with a different view?
Well, I don't have views, but I certainly talked to a lot of people who listened to the interview and came out with different views. For whatever reason, people don't find the guy very threatening, even if he is a straight-up socialist who said over the weekend, for example, that billionaires shouldn't exist. It was interesting. We asked Jim about this. He confirmed that he's been on the receiving end of calls of fellow people in the elite. This whole idea of like, oh, can we like mount a lot of capital together and really back one of the opponents, whether it's Cuomo or Adams, who we know is going to be on the general. He said he has been on the he's been a recipient of these calls. He hasn't made any himself, he says. And he wouldn't divulge like where the money is going exactly. He's like, oh, these are secret
But this
calls.
is a guy who has asked for, called for the defunding of the police.
Yeah, you know,
right?
Yeah.
And he wants
I think.
rent caps.
He definitely wants rent caps on the rent control departments.
He feels I mean, the government should run supermarkets. Is that
he said he wants a trial? He wants a trial of one supermarket in each
that's
borough.
not a big deal.
That's the thing. So what I would say is like me personally, I'm very skeptical of like whether a public supermarket can move the dial on prices. But one trial run in each borough.
What's it going to hurt?
I have other things to worry about in my life.
Exactly.
I remember one grocery store in Greenpoint that took Bitcoin. They don't exist anymore.
And it all comes back to Bitcoin. All right, we got to run. Joe,
Thanks.
thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Always. Joe Weisenthal, co-host of the Outlaws podcast. Still ahead, powering the AI revolution. Can it be done sustainably? That's next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, Apple shares now up by 2%. Apple is considering using artificial intelligence technology from Anthropic or OpenAI to power a new version of Siri, potentially sidelining its own in-house models. This according to reporting from our Mark Gurman. Again, right now, we got Apple up by 2.2%. Stocks are higher with the S&P at 6,200 even, up 27 points, up 0.4%. 38 minutes to go until we wrap up the month, the quarter, and the first half of the trading year. On to July. The Dow up 206 now, up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 0.5%. The S&P again up by 0.4%. But on an update for the rest of the market, the Bloomberg Mag 7 index now down by 0.1%. The 10-year yield 4.23%, the 2-year 3.72%. Gold up $31 the ounce, 33.05, up by 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, 64.89 a barrel. As for the overall market backdrop, as we wrap up the quarter, Katrina Dudley is senior investment strategist at Franklin Templeton.
One of the things that does concern us is a lot of this rally has been very concentrated. It hasn't been the broad rally that you would like, that we were actually anticipating at the beginning of this year, where we talked about the average stock doing well. It's actually been a little more concentrated into the industrials, the IT, and the comm services. So that's the thing that just keeps us a little cautious.
Katrina Dudley of Franklin Templeton interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Open Interest. Home Depot buying specialty building products distributor GMS in a deal valued at about $4.3 billion. Home Depot down 0.5%. Rival Lowe's down 0.7%. GMS up now by 11.7%. Recapping, S&P up 26, up 0.4. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Hey, folks, just want to mention shares of HPE, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise rallying. In fact, top performer in the S&P 500, followed by Juniper, the second best stock in the S&P 500. This on news that the Justice Department settled its lawsuit challenging Hewlett-Packard Enterprise's $13 billion takeover of Juniper less than 2 weeks before a trial was set to start. The deal requires the combined company to sell HPE's instant-on wireless networking business and auction off a license to Juniper's competing Mist business. So just wanted to lay that out. We're watching that. There is a lot overall, though, going on at HPE, including, like many companies, I should say, in the tech space. It also includes a focus on supporting the big build out that is artificial intelligence. So let's get into that with our next guest. With us is Trish Damkroger. She is Chief Product Officer, Senior Vice President, and General Manager of High Performance Computing and AI over at HPE. She joins us from Portland, Oregon. Trish, by the way, former Deputy Associate Director of Computations at the U.S. Department of Energy's Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. She led a group of more than 1,000 engineers and scientists focusing on supercomputing efforts. Trish, good to have you here. A lot to get to. I want to ask you, though, anything you can share with us and our audience, our Bloomberg audience, about the news today about the Justice Department lawsuit being settled. The stock is up in a big way. Just big, broad macro. Anything we should know?
We're happy, and I'm sure more will be coming out.
Oh, okay. To be continued. All right. Look forward to that. Let's talk about your world and what's going on in AI. First of all, set the picture in terms of what you guys are seeing and your understanding of what's going on in certainly kind of the supercomputing LLM world. How much the AI demand and ramp up is. How would you describe it today? How has it changed in the last few months? Is it more? Is it less? Is it the same? Give us some kind of context.
Yeah, so I think over the last 2 years, we've seen this huge growth and interest in AI, especially the large language model builders. And we all know who those are, the Anthropics, the OpenAI, the Groks. So we've definitely been seeing that. I wouldn't say that we've had a market increase over the last, it's been kind of a very steady growth rate of anywhere from, depending upon the segment, of 40% down to 20%. So lovely growth for this market, people building up the infrastructure.
But interesting, so you don't see are you saying you don't see a growth in adoption of these platforms? Do you not see your colleagues using them like exponentially more for work?
So I definitely see that. Yes, I think that the enterprise market is still trying out a lot of this, but on average, they're saying about 5 hours per week, people are using them for the repetitive task. I mean, I definitely use it for help with email and transcription. And so a lot of those repetitive things, I still think there's some killer apps that will be coming along that will get more widely adopted. What I see the main spend right now is the tier one and neo clouds that are spending to develop the models.
So does that mean, okay, and forgive me, I'm going to bounce around a little bit, but Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff talked to our own Emily Chang for one of the episodes of The Circuit, and he said that AI is doing 30% to 50% of the work at Salesforce, and just talked about how much work is being done. I feel like there's momentum around it. Do you think it's not going to be as dramatic in terms of the impact on workers in the workforce?
You know, that's a great conversation, and I've had it with many different segments. When we talk about this, I do think it's going to impact certain areas more and more, right? Those, you know, even as my daughter, who's a software developer, right? Is she going to be out of a job for those entry level? We're still, I mean, AI is now helping her code, not replacing her. And will it come to that? Maybe, and you know, maybe 5 years or something. But we're still just, it's definitely an aid and not a replacement for a lot of the work that we're seeing. I do think more of the manual labor, AI will definitely start replacing that and is replacing that.
But in terms of your job, you're in charge of high performance computing effectively. And I guess the idea here is that HPE has a supercomputer or some sort of computing system that is more efficient than others. And, you know, because as Carol says, we talk about the energy usage of this all the time. People are like, wow, you know, one server uses as much energy as Atlanta. You're working to try and cut the energy needs by making your systems more efficient, right?
Right. So let's just go back. HPE acquired Cray over 5 years ago, and Cray is the leader in supercomputing. So we have the top 3 fastest supercomputers in the world. El Capitan is an example at Lawrence Livermore National Lab, where I came from. So these are great examples of very dense parallel compute. It just turns out that AI needs the same exact compute. Put us in a really good place because we've been doing this for 50 years. And we've been doing liquid cooling for 50 years and have a ton of IP in this space and truly the experts in the world. So we have taken that expertise and we are helping it to accelerate the infrastructure build out of our customers, getting them to where with our 100% fanless direct liquid cooling, that means everything's cooled, not just the GPUs and CPUs, but the switches, the memory, every component is cooled. That reduces the energy needs by over 90%. So that's a huge win for, as you talk about the increased need of power. We're talking gigawatt data centers, not megawatts, and what we can do to help our customers reduce their power bill.
And in terms of development and constantly looking to create products that make this much more sustainable, I'm assuming you guys are seeing that it'll even be better, I don't know, in the next year, 2 years. Like, talk to us about that kind of evolutionary process, because it does kind of blow my mind that I feel like the stories went from AI companies and ChatGPT and so on and so forth to all of a sudden all the power demands, as Matt mentioned too. And right. It's gone to, okay, so how do we make it happen? I mean, Alphabet's Google agreed to purchase 200 megawatts of power from Commonwealth Fusion Systems' planned first commercial plant, which is expected to begin delivering electricity to the grid in the early 2030s. I mean, these guys are thinking not about today, next week, next month, but what power they're going to need, 5-10 years from now.
And, I was at Davos a year and a half ago, and I came home. I'm like, babe, we've got to invest in small nuclear reactors because, it was so clear that that was going to be where everything needed to go. But when we look at that, we're also bringing in our expertise, so new technology to kind of help. So one of the things is just power management. So through software, turning things off when you don't need them, just basic management monitoring is going to be core in what is needed. The other thing is we are working with different companies to look at heat reuse. So taking the hot water that comes out of your supercomputing and using it to heat buildings. We do this with a number of our customers. We're also doing some.
That is cool.
That
is very cool.
Really cool.
So you basically use the energy. After you've cooled the system, you use the energy that's essentially left over to achieve some other tasks, like heating the building.
Right. That's happening up in Lumi in Finland. We're working with a company in Quebec, and they're growing tomatoes in the greenhouse with that energy. So this is, I think, going to be a great opportunity to not, just maybe waste that energy. We're also working with NREL, a Department of Energy lab, to do R&D of what more can we do. So we have some strategic programs. And then a lot of our customers are also using the supercomputers or AI machines to look at future. Like we work with this small startup in the U.S. that's looking at how to use AI to get small nuclear reactors or nuclear reactors to the market faster by decreasing the needs of the regulatory, not the needs, but how to get through that system faster. Or some of my favorite stories are from the supercomputers, where there's the National Ignition Facility at Lawrence Livermore National Labs, where they've used AI to come up with the design for the pellet for fusion energy, which could be a holy grail of energy moving forward.
But a long way off still.
Yeah, I mean, you talk to the different people, but yeah, that one's going to be longer. But definitely, I think the small nuclear reactors, nuclear reactors are closer in.
Yeah.
And then there's, different compute, whether you talk about quantum computing and those kind of things that I also think are a little bit further out, but maybe in between that fusion and the nuclear reactors.
I think it's cool stuff.
Very cool stuff. I'm actually
what
positively surprised. When you said when Carol told me, she's like, we're going to talk about the energy needs of AI, and I was like,
I know.
But this is really fascinating stuff. I'm so glad we had you on.
My pleasure. I love talking about this.
Yeah, we can tell. Come back soon. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Trish Damkroger, she is Chief Product Officer, Senior Vice President, General Manager of High Performance Computing at AI of HPE. That's serious stuff.
Solid German name, too. Damkroger.
Damkroger. Oh, why didn't you help me out there?
This means she's a grocer, or the family of grocers.
Sam Stovall's coming up. I can't wait to talk to him about the quarter and the year.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The minutes are ticking away in the second quarter, the third quarter, and second half right around the quarter. So let's head over to the first word breaking news desk. Stocks at a record, and with today's afternoon call, here she is, Jordan Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Charlie. Like you said, the main U.S. averages are climbing, with the S&P cash up 0.4% and the NASDAQ up 0.5%. Leading the Dow, we have Apple, Goldman, and Verizon, with Boeing, Nike, and Amazon under pressure. Apple's considering using outside AI to revamp Siri, while Meta's launching a superintelligence group. Meanwhile, Trump is threatening to raise tariffs on Japan over rice exports, and the EU said it will accept Trump's universal tariff, but seek some exemptions. B. Riley reporting after the bell, and wrapping things up, the dollar is down, gold is up, and oil is falling. All yours, Charlie.
All right. I thank you very much, Jordan Fitzgerald. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we've been talking about the S&P 500 set for its best quarter since December of 2023. We've got just about 18 and a half minutes to go before we wrap up the trading month, the quarter, and the first half of 2025. We've got stocks on track, I think, to close out the first half at or near record highs. Are we at another record?
Well, we're definitely at another record if we close at this level, right? 6201. In fact, we're pretty much near a record intraday high as well, because we're at the highs of the session. So, yeah.
Yeah, there.
We're almost there.
We're almost there.
But look, the last record before Friday was 6144 at a closing level, and 6147 on an intraday level, and then
so we're above that.
And then on Friday, of course, we closed higher at 6173, and we had gone up 6187. Today we're at 6202, and we've been up to 6205.
So we could be there easily.
Yes.
We're there. Okay, so let's get to it. Let's see what Sam Stovall has to say. Chief Investment Strategist at CFRA Research, joining us from Allentown, Pennsylvania. Sam, always great to check in with you and have you here with Matt and me. I feel like you are someone who has watched the markets for a long time. You watch earnings, you look at valuations, really thoughtful. So I am curious, we're curious, how are you thinking about kind of the quarter, the month, the first half of 2025?
Hey, Carol. Hey, Matt. Good to talk to you both again. Well, certainly it was a very good first half, but I would say it was a tale of two quarters. Certainly in the beginning of the first quarter, things were looking rosy. We hit a new all-time high. Actually, we had 3 all-time highs by February 19th. And then we slipped into a near bear market. But history basically told us that it could probably end up being swift, shallow, and quick to recover because of the speed with which it took to go from an all-time high to the minus 10% threshold, only 22 days versus the more normal 88 calendar days. And so that pretty much led us to believe that when April 8th came along, that it seemed like investors were throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We thought it was time to move back in.
What do you see in terms of valuations here, Sam, and how do they compare to, frothy valuations, or are we there?
Hey, Matt. Well, yeah, I guess if you do look to PE ratios, we are fairly elevated. Right now, the S&P 500 is trading at 2 standard deviations above its 20-year mean. It's more than 1 standard deviation above the 10-year mean. So whatever time frame you choose, if you are either bullish or overly bullish, when we look to the benchmarks themselves, the only ones that really look attractive on a discount discount to their long-term average relative PEs are the staples, energy, healthcare sectors, but also looking at the mid-cap 400, which is at a 21% discount, small cap 600 at a 25. And even though developed international was up nearly 20% in the first half of this year, they're still trading at a 15% discount to the 10-year average relative to the S&P 500.
So does it matter to you? I'm looking at an S&P that's up about 5.5% year to date here, Sam. I'm looking at the Bloomberg Mag 7, Magnificent 7 Total Return Index. It's up about not even 2% this year. I mean, where does the Mag 7 fit into all of this?
Well, the Mag 7 certainly drove us to these heights early on. And now what we have found is that investors are saying, you know, I don't want to be bearish because bull markets don't die of old age, they die of fright. And what they're most afraid of is recession. And since it seems as if we have sort of convinced ourselves that a recession is not imminently around the corner, then we can have some continued highs. So I think investors also believe that while prices lead fundamentals, that implies that second quarter earnings right now, which are only expected to be up 2.2% according to S&P Capital IQ consensus estimates, basically it says rarely can you injure yourself falling out of a basement window. That number is set so low, it would be hard for management to have not managed expectations.
Sam, I know you and your father have diligently tracked United States markets for, I'm going to say, not a century,
I gotta say, I remember,
but a long time,
I'm
right?
just going to say, I remember your dad at Financial News Network. I was just a little producer starting out in business, but
what I was going to ask,
talking to your dad.
Exactly. No, and that's why someone earlier said, what do you have on the show today on Business Week? I said, legend. We have Sam Stovall. Totally. So I was excited to talk to you. But I wonder what you think about the European outperformances. You guys have, I'd imagine, focused on U.S. indexes, U.S. markets. But this year we see European markets outperforming the U.S. like never before. And I know part of that is, you know, if you're a dollar investor, you've made 40% on the IBEX 35, for example. Part of that is the depreciation of the greenback. But what do you think about the outperformance of overseas markets?
Well, I think it's an indication that investors are not willing to retreat, but rather to rotate. Let's move into those areas that still look attractive or that have some potential of reversion to the mean, because let's face it, the mid caps, small caps, international stocks have underperformed the large caps in 12 of the last 15 years. And so it seems as if investors are saying maybe this will become their day in the sun. Our expectation is for a continued weakening of the dollar this year and next year. So that would sort of help offering some tailwinds, at least in terms of conversion of earnings and of price gains. So it's a reminder that diversification can still work, especially when you realize that 40% or so of the revenues for companies in the S&P already come from overseas operations. But even with that, sometimes it still can be helpful to diversify overseas.
Hey, Sam, just got about 30, 40 seconds left. We're getting ready. We're just a couple of weeks away from the start of the next earnings season. JP Morgan kicking it off shortly. What are your expectations, what those earnings might show us, and how that fits with current valuations, just quickly?
Well, I think that because earnings expectations have come down so much, that's why the valuations look elevated. At the beginning of the year, only 4 sectors were expected to show year-on-year declines. Now we're looking at 7. And so I think that this could become the 63rd of the last 65 quarters in which actual results exceed end-of-quarter estimates.
All right, going to leave it on that note. Sam, as always, we really appreciate it. Sam Stovall, Chief Investment Strategist over at CFRA Research, joining us from Allentown, Pennsylvania. Hey, do want to mention, folks, a headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal as expected. And as we talked about earlier, President Donald Trump signing an order terminating Syria sanctions. This is coming from the White House. So signing this executive order terminating U.S. sanctions program against Syria, essentially to boost the nation's struggling economy and support the new government. So it does look like, at least our earlier reporting says, the order would maintain sanctions on President Bashar al-Assad and his associates, as well as drug traffickers and the Islamic State. But we'll look for some more reporting out of that. You can read all about it at Bloomberg.com. Do not go anywhere. Matt and I counting you down to the close and heading over to our TV colleagues in just a moment. 10 minutes to go. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. In just about 7 minutes, we're going to head over to our TV colleagues, counting you down to the close on this Monday. Carol Massar, sorry, I always do that to you.
I'm not Tim Stenovec.
I know, it's just kind of, it's remote. It's like, you know that. Like, you're used to. I'm very happy to have you here.
Well,
you know that.
Yeah, I get it.
Matt Miller in for Tim Stenovec.
I don't hate it, because I love Tim Stenovec.
I know. Who doesn't love Tim?
But we're very different people, right? I mean,
you're very different critters.
Yeah, I wear glasses.
He wears glasses.
He has hair.
He has hair.
Yeah.
You have.
Are we going to talk about Apple here?
Yeah, I want to do that because Apple's up more than 2% in today's session. I mean, love this story. Apple considering using AI technology.
And this is a Gurman scoop, by the way.
Yes.
So our Mark Gurman has, I would say, the best reporting on Apple in the industry.
On it, constantly. And so apparently Apple considering using artificial intelligence technology from Anthropic, PBC, or OpenAI to power a new version of Siri, so potentially sidelining its own in-house models. It's just kind of wild, right? Apple creates stuff in-house, right? And just kind of blows us away. But they've had a hard time getting Siri together.
Yeah, and it's
really
hard. It's difficult for me to understand because they have hit it out of the park so many times in the past. They do everything better than anyone else. Even if they don't do it first,
correct,
they always do it best. And that's why we all have the iPhone, the MacBook, the iPad, Apple TV. I like Apple Music better than Spotify. Spotify.
We have Apple Music.
So why can't
I hear
they
ya.
make Siri better than Sam Altman? You know, why can't they do a better version of AI than Anthropic? Why can't they beat out even Google Gemini? I mean, maybe they're not willing to pay the kind of money that Mark Zuckerberg is looking to pay to his super intelligence team.
In terms of their AI initiatives.
But maybe it's also a smart move on Tim Cook's part. Maybe he's like, you know what? Why would we spend billions of dollars on this when we can just go and license the technology from OpenAI or from Claude?
Do you know how old Siri is?
How old?
Don't cheat.
12 years?
Originally released in 2011. That's a long time.
I was pretty close, Carol.
I know. You're usually pretty good on that stuff. Hey, so it's what, 14 years old, but it's so behind. Certainly what we're seeing with some of the AI chat bots, right? I mean, you use them a lot.
It's pretty bad. Not even compared to an AI chatbot, just at the tasks you expect from it.
We have Google
It's
Home
just
at home.
it's just never advanced Siri. I feel like Apple limits Siri itself because she oftentimes isn't allowed to tell me
How much time you've spent with Siri? Like, I'll be in the phone, I'll be in the car and like yell out to Siri and I just don't get anything or nothing useful or it just doesn't take me where I need to go. So, you know, they've been really way behind on this. And so whether or not this will ultimately, you know, let them finally move ahead. So
It will be amazing once because obviously for Siri, I just ask it to do the stuff I know it can, like give me directions and play the song.
But it's always not so great.
No, it's not always so great.
Even when you
but
ask that,
with
is my
OpenAI, you can have a
experience.
conversation with ChatGPT.
Yep.
And I would love to be able to have that kind of conversation with Siri. And I'm sure that that will happen within the next 12 months.
We're just going to point out, we're going to catch up with our Mark Gurman in the next hour. So see what else he's learned. It sounds like they're in early stages of this and maybe reaching out to outside AI models to beef up Siri. So we're going to dig into that. Having said that, we are looking at shares of Apple. They're definitely rallying in today's session. We're looking at the stock up as much as 3%, right now up about 2.2%. So definitely getting some move to the upside. And we've got stocks. Matt, looks like we're going to close at a record. We're just off our highs of the session. Do not go anywhere. Matt and I heading over to our TV colleagues. The closing bell starts right now.
Market action, all of the months of market action, and all of the quarters starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Scarlet Food, taking you through to that closing bell with a global simulcast. It starts right now. Carol Masser in the radio booth. Matt Miller filling in today for Tim Stenovic as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube, as we close out the month and the quarter, Carol, on a relatively high note.
Yeah, I mean, so much bouncing around that we've seen in today's session, but fascinating to just watch what over the last hour, 45 minutes, we've seen, you know, Matt, stocks really bounce to the upside. So we're going to, you know, pretty much close at almost our highs of the session.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, we saw that, and I'm sure you've been talking about Romaine as well, on Friday after a brief drop we had on your program. Stocks closed at another record high. They shot up today. We're over 6,200 right now and have been to 6,205 at the intraday high. So not only do we have continuing, you know, record after record on the NASDAQ, we're seeing it now in the S&P.
And of course, the next thing that's going to move markets is the jobs report later on this week, coming a day early because of the 4th of July holiday. And after that, we have earnings season once again. Have the estimates and the stock prices merged enough to you know, not get a dramatic reaction?
And it's kind of interesting. We're actually seeing a lot of analysts out there actually start to downgrade their outlook for earnings. And that's kind of been the trend line before. It'll be interesting to see what those second quarter numbers say. But Carol, I do just want to point out real quickly, too, we are now also talking about a market, not just at record highs, but now heading into overbought territory with the RSI on the S&P above 70.
No, it's a really good perspective. You got to look at the valuations, right, in terms of where we are.
All right, as you get the closing bells here in New York, let's walk you through the numbers. A lot to parse with the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ all in the green on the day. The NASDAQ 100 closing out at a fresh record high, up 0.6%. The NASDAQ composite up about 0.5 percentage point on the day, while the S&P 500 also adding about 0.5 percentage point on the day. And we should point out, on a quarterly basis, we're talking about gains of about 11% on the S&P 500 and about 18% on the NASDAQ. The Dow getting involved on the day and on the quarter as well, though its quarterly numbers only up by about 5% for the quarter. The Russell 2000 higher fractionally on the day, and for the quarter, it looks like it's going to log a gain of about 8%.
All right, to the S&P 500, back there I go. And Scarlett, you've got 348 names to the upside on this Monday, 154 losing some ground and 2 unchanged.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP. And what it shows is that there are only 2 sectors that finished in the red. Consumer discretionary, led by the auto companies, down about 0.8%. Energy also down 0.6%. Meantime, you have technology, financials, and real estate investment trusts leading the advance.
All right, to the individual gainers. So HPE, guys, number 1 gainer in the S&P 500, a gain of 11% in today's session. The Justice Department settling its lawsuit challenging HPE's $13 billion takeover of Juniper Networks. So what they are going to require is that the combined company sells HPE's instant-on wireless networking business and auction off a license to Juniper's competing Mist business. Still has to be improved by a court, would negate the need for a trial that was set to start July 9th in San Jose, California, and the deal would have consolidated the sector from 3 major players to 2, controlling 70% of the market, but the settlement basically preserves competition in the global networking market. But nonetheless, investors cheering HPE. I should point out Juniper also doing well, up about 8.5%. Now I'm going to flip on over to Oracle. It was up as much as 8.5% in today's session, finishing the day with a gain of about 4%, rallying on news that it has signed a single cloud deal worth $30 billion in annual revenue, and it's expected to start flowing in fiscal year 2028. It did not name the customer, but the deal among the largest cloud contracts on record, and would represent nearly 3 times the size of its current infrastructure.
You know what I love about this? It said $30 billion annually, right?
Yeah.
So narrow it down. I mean, how many customers are out there that have $30 billion?
Gotta be one of the big dudes, right?
So, yeah.
It's
a list of about 5.
Sounds like, want to give a hint?
No, not on air.
Okay.
It's just gigantic.
It's
I mean,
gigantic.
Consider that Google was paying $20 billion a year to Apple, and that was already a mind-blowing figure to put Chrome front and center. So this, is 50% more than that, obviously. It's just huge.
Our Brody Ford said, unprecedented scale, unprecedented win for Oracle, but they're also going to have to spend big, right, to meet this, and build it out. So just keep that in mind.
Also, $30 billion at the deal that they're offering. I don't know if you listen to Bloomberg Radio very often, but
never listen.
If you sign up for Oracle's web services now, switching from another provider, they'll give you 50% off. So it would be $60 billion a year.
I'm not sure.
They got a sweetener.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go to something a little bit different, a little bit nutty. Ticker is BMNR, Bitmine Immersion, and this one's soaring. It's a microcap Bitcoin miner announcing a $250 million private placement to fund an Ether treasury and named Thomas Lee, the founder of Fundstrat, as chairman of its board. So following in the likes of a model that we've seen by, we talked about this with Joe Weisenthal, a model created by Michael Saylor over at...
Love Tom Lee.
Yeah, exactly. Stock up 694% here in today's session.
Do you not love Tom Lee, Scarlett? I mean, he is a CNBC contributor, so
I'm just marveling at the share price jump from $4 and change to $34.
It's crazy, right?
Pretty remarkable.
It's kind of crazy. And I should point out, honorable mention, Apple up about 2% as it's considering maybe outside AI to help Siri.
People are happy that it's not going to spend more money on AI.
I know.
Trying to build its own AI.
Just buy it, right?
Here are the losers. Amazon.com. I'm not sure if this is why it's down, but I'm sure you've all seen the reporting that you can't get Nintendo's Switch 2 on Amazon.com, the U.S. site, because of a fight they had previously about selling unauthorized Nintendo games. Apparently, people were buying packs of Nintendo's games in Asia at a discount and then bringing them here to sell for cheap on the U.S. site. Now you can't find a Switch 2, which is like the biggest console launch of all time. They sold 3.5 million Switch 2s in the first 4 days, and they're looking to sell 15 million total. Tesla, you saw down as well. It had been up briefly in this morning's trade when I was anchoring Bloomberg Open Interest, which is weekdays from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Bloomberg TV. So Elon Musk was out on Saturday slamming the one big beautiful bill because it cuts the EV subsidies sooner than expected, or sooner than previously was planned. In September, you won't be able to get the $7,500 back if you buy a Tesla or some other EV. And then some smaller stocks, ChemEd down after the hospice service provider saw weaker than expected Florida Medicare results in April and May. It's a much smaller, well, now even smaller, I think a $7.5 billion stock, CHE, the ticker. Fortive, FTV is about twice as big. That company down after management said second quarter revenue will be hurt by increased pricing pressure and lower demand. The company also completed separation of Precision Technologies segment as Ralliant Corp, which trades under a separate ticker, RAL. So a couple of little movers there, but I thought the big ones were more interesting, actually.
All right, I'll add another mover to the pile here in after-hours trade. Shares of Boeing fractionally lower. This after announcing that they are going to implement a new CFO. Brian West, who's been in the job for a little less than 4 years, going to be stepping aside. And Jay Malavy, who had been the CFO over at Lockheed Martin up until about April, will be taking on that role. Of course, Kelly Ortberg, relatively new CEO at Boeing, has been trying to reshape things and get this company and, more importantly, the stock back on track. But again, the headline, a new CFO at Boeing. All right, let's check in on yields for just 1 second here. We did see them move down, as that, of course, has been the trend line for the past few weeks. A continued steepening of the yield curve, only down about 3 basis points on the shorter end of the curve. A little bit more of a move that we saw on the longer end of the curve, dropping about 5 basis points for your 30-year yield.
All right, guys, I want to get to some of the stories that definitely caught our attention. Matt and I have been talking about this a little already, and I'm assuming maybe a lot of folks in the newsroom, because it was a pretty hot weekend, and so not sure how many people ended up staying inside, maybe watching some stuff because, you know, in their air conditioning. But Squid Game, its next season coming out on Netflix, not doing so well. And I got to say, I finally watched the first seasons. I don't know. What season are we in? Are we in 2 or 3?
We're in 3. I think.
We're in 3. All right. I think I watched the first 2 seasons because my daughter...
The first 2?
My daughter...
How could you, after watching the first one, why would you want to do that to yourself again? What a horrendous
My
experience.
daughter and her friend were like, you've got to watch this. I feel like it's part of our cultural background. And I was kind of...
It was depressing.
It was super depressing, but I kind of couldn't stop watching.
It would have to be 150 degrees out before I would watch this. I mean, I saw the first one because I thought I needed to understand its commentary on society.
Totally.
But I don't need to see that commentary 3 different times. I mean, it was a horrible, horrible experience. What a depressing...
I know.
I mean, why would I want to spend my time doing that?
Did you guys watch? I didn't watch
I watched the first one. I didn't watch the second one because, you know, just as Matt expressed, I was like, I think I got the message. I don't need it hammered in to me.
Romaine, you have no Squid Game?
I haven't seen this. I mean, honestly, I'm not a fan of squid. So, yeah, not really my cup of tea.
No squid there.
Not even fried? Like calamari or something? I don't know. Squid.
And I'm a conspiracy theorist on that. You know it's not real squid, right?
All right.
You know what it is.
What is it? Octopus?
No. Google it yourself.
Okay.
Or perplexity it, or whatever we're saying now these days.
All right. Thanks for the help there. All right, we're going to wrap.
You're going to be shocked, man.
Wait, we didn't... I thought we were going to talk about F1. That's what I care about. I thought you guys were going to talk about F1.
He's really upset. I mean, he
wait till it's available on Apple Plus. We can talk about F1 then.
You have to see it in the IMAX.
That is a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Original, Scarlett, and Romaine continuing there on TV. Matt and I continuing here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. He's, of course, in for Tim. We'll see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, Carol Masser, and we have Matt Miller in for Tim Stenivek here, getting ready to wrap up on Bloomberg Business Week. Not quite yet, because we still have a few more things to do. What's the matter?
Well, I just Googled...
Squid?
What's the conspiracy theory about squid
and
meat? And so Google AI says the primary conspiracy surrounding squid meat, especially calamari, is the rumor that it's made from other meats, most notably pig rectum.
Oh, boy.
Which I guess I hope is not true.
I think we need to move on.
Yeah.
But it makes me wonder about Romain a little bit. I got to talk to him about that. We got to talk to him. All right. As you know, the second quarter is done. First half of 2025 done. Whoa. Let's get some thoughts on what was, what may be coming. Vinny Catalano is back with us, president of Blue Marble Research, non-resident senior fellow with the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, joining us right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Good to have you here. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Curious what you had to say about where we are. You'd been directionally bearish on the markets during the first half of 2025. My understanding is you now are leaning more bullish. But let's talk about this first half because we've kind of been all over the map.
Sure, exactly. Well, after when I was here in March, that for about approximately 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, I look like a genius. Okay, I got to tell you in the victory lap, etc., because we had the tariff, experience and all of that. And then, just like the European markets, and Matt was mentioning this before when you guys were speaking with Nostradamus, also known as Sam Stovall, that Matt brought up the issue about European markets, and it is really interesting how the U.S. markets are following the European markets in the same similar sort of market signal pattern, which is a breakdown. It looks like it's going to be the bear. And then within roughly a 30, 60-day period of time, a reversal to the upside. And they did that last year coming into this year. So when the U.S. markets did the breakdown, I'm here, we talk about it, market breaks to the downside, signal says to the downside, and then within a month, you had the reversal at that point, and you have to respect the market signal. So even though the narrative says it should be such and such, the market signal tells you, upside is where we're at right now.
So, Vinny, how much credence do you give to the technicals, and how much do you bring in the fundamentals to your research or to your view?
A bit of both, okay, and separating the two of them. And the one other item that I would add to it is also the narrative. What's the story? What would be the narrative? Try to find what the narrative is.
So that's the fundamental side of things, right?
Well, not exactly, because the narrative can be anything. It can be fundamental from the point of view of being in the real world.
Right.
Okay.
Well, fundamentals can shape the narrative, right?
The fundamentals do shape the narrative, exactly. And it can be value. You guys were talking again about valuation before and all that. So it could be valuation.
Return and biggest first half stretch in 5 years. If I look at index IN Go on the Bloomberg terminal, I see 7 1/3% return for treasuries this year. High yield is one of the best performers.
Yeah. Yes.
What do you think about credit?
Market signal, high yield, and it's a great point to bring up, is that if there were going to be economic problems, as they frankly appeared that there should be, okay, if there was issues to be concerned about, okay, it should show up in things like high yield, and it does not. The high yield market is telling you that interest rates look basically okay, that the Fed's got our back, that earnings are pretty good. I mean, you had Sam before talking about earnings outlook for this year. Then you have earnings outlook next year. And you got a double-digit number for next year. Until those numbers change, there's no justification for portfolio managers to get out of the game.
Do you like the U.S. more than Europe? It just got about 30 seconds.
I'm sorry?
Do you like the United States more as being investable versus Europe?
I'm globally agnostic. To me, it doesn't matter that much. Frankly, I would probably place more bets outside the United States than in the United States, because the consequences and the blowback and the second and third order effects of NATO spending, for example.
Right.
Okay? Less dependence on the United States. Who knows what the consequences are of that? But you got to figure that it's going to lead to some positive things for those companies in other markets.
Yeah, we've seen really that reversal as well, even in tech.
Yeah.
Vinny, awesome having you on. Yeah, great to have you here.
Thank you.
Vinny Catalano there. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks and the quarter, the month, and the first half at a record in this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. S&P 500 index now at a record 6204, closing above 6,200, up 31. A gain today of 0.5%. Dow Industrials up 275, up by about 0.6%. NASDAQ up 96 for NASDAQ, an advance of 0.5%. Interestingly, on an up day for much of the market, the Bloomberg Mag 7 index fell 0.3%. 10-year 4.22%, the 2-year 3.71%. Gold up $34 the ounce, 33.08 on the precious metal, up by 1.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude 65.06 a barrel now, down 0.7%. Bottom line here, stocks at a record as investors cheer progress in trade negotiations between the Trump administration and key partners as a tariff deadline looms. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master along with Matt Miller live here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Now, U.S. states are warning of significant revenue losses due to President Trump's administration's government cuts and trade policies. The cuts coming at a time when states are already facing flat revenue growth, rising costs from inflation, and the end of pandemic aid, with governors and lawmakers debating how indeed to make up for those losses. So what might any or all of this mean for the U.S. state that is the biggest in the United States, the economy, and it is now the 4th largest economy in the world? I was corrected before we came on air. And next year, of course, is host to a governor's race. We're talking about California. We want to talk to someone who's looking to be the next governor in the state of California. Joining us is Stephen J. Klubeck. He is 2026 Democratic candidate for governor of California, founder and former CEO of Diamond Resorts International. He's an investor in the publicly held microcap and online gaming company Play Studios. He's been on Undercover Boss. He's rumored at one time to maybe run for governor of Nevada. This is what happens when you do a little bit of a search. He also served as the Nevada State Athletic Commission. And he's got a new book out. It is entitled Facing Hard Truths, How Americans Can Get Real, Pull Together, and Turn Our Country Around. It's published just earlier this month. He joins us in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. A long lead up, but I want people to know kind of a little bit about who you are.
But you forgot about something very important.
What did I leave out?
The first chairman of Brand USA, the head of tourism and travel of the United States of America under President Obama.
I don't know how I left that out.
I don't know.
Okay, maybe my editors got in there.
How's the U.S. brand looking right now?
You know, it's a very good. That's a very good point. Because I was at a meeting with the Treasury Secretary, and he was explaining what the philosophy was of the president, who I know very well. I was going to do a deal with him in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
The Trump Tower. And I passed. We had the same architect because I have values. I have integrity, and he doesn't have that. And I pay my contractors, and he doesn't. But look, for a brand guy who licenses his brand, it takes decades to build a brand. He sure killed ours within minutes. And I asked the Secretary of Treasury, I'm like, how could you upset the largest buyers of our bonds? The Chinese and Japanese. How could you have them lose face, the concept of face? And he says, well, the guy likes to live in chaos, and he likes to play the game Crazy Ivan. I said, did you just say Crazy Ivan? You're killing me, right? I said, look.
And Scott Besson said that to you.
Of course, he did in front of me in 200. And it was reported by Puck. And I got to tell you, dropping the bomb in the bar and playing reality TV with the best brand in the world, the United States of America, is beyond any comprehension of anyone that understands brand marketing sales. I don't get it.
What do you make of a Treasury Secretary who understands financial markets, considering his background, right? He understands how it works, and that the understanding of having kind of full faith in the U.S. government, right? And there needs to be some calm and consistency rather than volatility.
Stability.
Stability, exactly. So what do you make of what some might say is a U.S. Treasury Secretary who should know better?
Well, I know very well because my first partner at Diamond Resorts was Soros.
George Soros.
George Soros for a hot minute. And then, Guggenheim became my equity partner because Soros at that time, too, was betting against the consumer. And I said, I can't have, that philosophy at that time. And I said, so I know Scott. He was the CIO. And I'm like, what's going on here? I don't know why everyone around President Trump sells their soul. Why they sell their soul. Because I've been involved in power and politics, trained by Bill Clinton and my adopted father, Harry Reid. Look, we all have a soul and conscience, and I just would never sell my soul, never pander. And these folks, they get sucked into the vortex, and I don't get it.
But to play devil's advocate maybe a little bit here is that some would say, listen, President Trump is dealing with some issues that need to be dealt with. And whether it's immigration,
including China,
illegal immigration, China, even when President Biden came in, a lot of those tariffs stayed in place, right? So there were issues that he is tackling, and I love this, and forgive me, I repeat it, and I haven't quite I don't remember the source, whether it was somebody at the Times, but it was like Donald Trump being the right question, he's just not the right answer. Meaning, and that's not my view. It's just how some say that he's asking the right questions, but maybe they don't.
I ask the right questions too. I have warmth and compassion. Okay, I am also a guy of performance and results. In California, I'm going to create the Department of California Performance and Results, known as CPR, which the state needs.
Well, let's talk about California.
Let's do.
Because
it's a crowded field.
It is a crowded field, and there's some veteran politicians too. So how do you stand out? How do you maybe take California to the next its next 10, 20, 30 years?
Well, the good news is if they were good at what they did, we wouldn't have the problems in California that we do. Okay, they have failed. Well, affordability, number one. Homelessness, number two. The lack of transparency, the lack of execution, the lack of enforcement.
Well, take me to affordability, because Matt and I have been around the block a few times, and I think it's safe to say I'm not looking to age you, because you never age, minus the hair.
Oh, my God.
I'm pretty old.
No, but I think my point is that we've been talking about housing affordability, particularly to California, for decades, and yet here we are. So how do we fix?
And we had the same issue here.
That's right.
Well,
so how would you fix that?
Great question. So I was a builder in the 80s and 90s in California. And I was able to pull my approvals without the onset of CEQA. CEQA is a highly regulated regulation in California, and the Species Act and the Coastal Commission, okay? So California has over 380,000 regulations unto itself. And over the last 10 years, the FTEs, the full-time employees in government, have increased by 45,000 because these laws beget regulations, which beget FTEs. California is not open for business. It's not affordable, livable, or workable, okay? And I just, as a builder, tried to get something permitted over the last year and a half. And it is almost impossible.
So you're saying if those regulations are rolled back, that will lead to affordable housing?
Yeah, so let me finish.
Go ahead.
Because I'm about solutions where the other careerists, candidates, have never signed the front of a check. I've come out of my pocket for payroll, they've not. I've actually built, they've not. So as Governor Newsom just did for the LA fires, he paused CEQA and the Coastal Commission and the Species Act. So I'm going to declare an affordability emergency in the state of California until the legislature creates new laws for affordability that will allow housing to be constructed properly, okay, without having NIMBY or NIMBY, not in my backyard, weaponized, along with the unions weaponized to hold up permits, because that seems to be the major issue.
Stephen, I want to ask about this because I also have been frustrated by red tape, and clearly it's a problem, especially in a place like California. On the other hand, without regulations, you will have disasters like the wildfires that end up burning down, so much of residential LA. So how do you?
Well, it's another very good question. Yeah. And what's great about this campaign that I'm running is I've got solutions where the other candidates don't. Now, if you did your homework, I was a regulator with indictment power. And I was also a judge. And I've changed laws in many states too. So I understand not only how to fix broken businesses, broken institutions, but I know how to create laws, regulate, and adjudicate. So I bring this full to the table, and I'll tell you this, regulations are good to keep bad actors out, but too many regulations inhibit good business from doing good business.
But what's the guarantee that that good business means that you are building affordable housing in the places that are needed? A lot of folks will say, especially where there's major cities, it's not that we need affordable housing out in the suburbs where people have to commute another hour and a half to get in for workers who maybe can't afford to even do that, that you need to do it in the cities where the jobs are and where they have those jobs. How do we get that done?
So you really have to have three types of regulations with regard to affordability and housing. You need rural, suburban, and urban, okay? And that's the way it was done decades ago. And there is something to be looked at with regard to going back to what worked before. So it's almost as if California's been putting Band-Aids on Band-Aids on Band-Aids, and they're all bleeding, and they need to be repaired. So the only way to repair a wound is to rip the Band-Aid off and get to the heart of the issue. And in the interim, pause these regulations, okay, still making sure bad actors don't exist, and get to a solution that allows us to grow and have aspiration in California. Remember, I grew up in the aspiration of California, and today there is no aspiration because we're closed for business.
Is housing affordability your key policy platform, or what is?
Oh, one of many. The other is insurance.
Your key? Because what's your key? Yeah, go ahead.
It's affordable, livable, workable, and all the subcomponent parts of that. So insurance, for example, I have a fix for the insurance crisis in California. If you go to my website, you'll see it. You've got to really talk about the great exports of California. Okay, we have 5 great exports, not in any order: innovation, manufacturing, agriculture, tourism and travel, okay? You've got entertainment, and you've got education. Education used to be an export of the state also, okay, when I was growing up there. So you've got our UC system and our Cal State system. And our Cal State system needs to be reinvented, okay, to talk about allowing people to do good work in the real world so people are prepared for the real world, and more trade-oriented, behavior. So it's as if California's not been run by an executive in many decades. And that's what we need to look forward to. And I'm the only candidate that has that experience. I'm qualified where the others are not qualified.
Stephen, how do you, though, run against someone like Gavin Newsom, who is a nationally recognized name and has been for many election cycles?
That's a good question, because Gavin Newsom has an expiration date, and that's my birth date.
It's expensive, though, I imagine.
No, but
how much
do you
have to spend to win this?
That was the joke, but it termed out.
Okay, how do you run against other candidates, though, with real name recognition, without putting down millions of dollars, or how much are you prepared to spend to win the race, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, you didn't see my Undercover Boss episodes. I'm the #1 undercover boss in the history of that television show, 16 million plus ratings. So when you say I don't have name recognition, I beg to differ.
I guess I don't watch Undercover Boss.
You should. It's a good show.
I'm sure it's fantastic. Do you have to spend? How much do you have to spend to win?
Well, I'll be a lot more efficient than the other candidates. So we just did a lunch sextant poll, and my bio has 27% already name recognition and interest.
One thing I want to ask you, because one of the things that any governor, the next governor of California, will have to deal with is you have to deal with President Trump. So how would you deal with him as governor of the largest state? Because we know it's tricky.
Well, I've sat across the table from him numerous times.
Many people have sat. Elon Musk has sat across the table from him several times.
I understand.
Their relationship has evolved.
No question about it. And I do have respect for him, and I believe he has respect for me. We know each other pretty well. I have his cell phone number. He's got mine. And there's no other candidate that will fight for California, nor has California values like me, kindergarten through first year of college. And I'm not afraid. I mean, I come from the rough and tumble business world that also has been trained in ledge, reg, and adjudication by some very, very good talents. And if you want to underestimate me, God bless you at your own risk.
Well, we look forward to watching the race. We go from race to race.
Thank you for the time today.
Yeah, Stephen, thank you so much for your time. Stephen Kluback. He's 2026 Democratic candidate for governor of California, and as we mentioned, founder, former CEO of Diamond Resorts International, and so much more as we laid
Undercover boss. I'm going to go back and watch apparently the most explosive boss in series history.
And most generous.
Which is nice.
That's what I want to have
Which is
on my
actually really
gravestone.
important in terms of workers.
Unapologetically authentic and warm and compassionate.
All right, come back soon.
Thanks.
Stephen, good luck. Hey, folks, we want to get to what is, I think, one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg right now, or second or so, and that has to do with Apple, which rallied on news that Apple is considering using artificial intelligence technology from Anthropic or OpenAI to basically power a new version of Siri. So it's a big deal because it means maybe possibly sidelining its own in-house models. The story, a Bloomberg exclusive. It's by our own Mark Gurman. He's, of course, Bloomberg News managing editor for global consumer technology. I'm convinced he never sleeps because he's constantly putting out exclusives and breaking news stories. All right, Mark, take it away. What's up at Apple?
So Apple, right, their strategy for artificial intelligence that they unveiled last year was twofold. In-house models that run on the phone and in-house models that run on the cloud, right? That competes with ChatGPT, with Claude, with Gemini. What the market and Apple has figured out pretty quickly, they're not very good, right? So Apple is now evaluating for the first time using a third-party model, either Claude from Anthropic or ChatGPT from OpenAI, to power Siri. Obviously, as we all know and experience in our day-to-day lives, Siri is not very good. And Apple had been working on an overhaul of Siri using its own large language models for next spring. Now it's exploring maybe using Claude or ChatGPT instead in order to get new features out the door more quickly and make the voice assistant more appealing. So it is a pretty big development, and you see that Apple stock spiked on the news because if they do indeed go down this road, which, by the way, is not for certain by any means, it's going to mean Apple is going to be a real AI player for the first time.
How much time do they have, Mark? I mean, I guess I feel like any company that wants to compete has to have a successful AI offering. On the other hand, this is a company that already has us kind of hook, line, and sinker, right? We have.
They own me and my family.
Exactly, and me and my family as well, right? I can't imagine living without the genius of their products, and I really feel like an emotional connection to Apple. On the other hand, they have utterly failed in this sense. Carol reminded me that Siri is now 14 years old, and she is more incapable than my 4-year-old.
You guys are very focused on your current setup. You're focused on the current generation of consumers. You're concerned about your families, right? What Apple's concern is and what my concern is and the market's concern is the next generation of consumer. They're going to lose a whole bunch of people that are new to the smartphones. There are people born every day. There are people who buy their first smartphone every day. There are families getting their first smartphones every day, right? And those people have a decision to make about which ecosystem they want to enter. And right now, all the talk is about how Apple's AI is completely behind the times. And so that decision, right, is a lot easier when you realize that the Android ecosystem is a big step ahead in what is perceived as the future of technology.
What does this say about Apple as a company? Like, this would be a real big shift, right, in strategy? Or you help me out here, right?
Apple likes to go in-house for core technologies. Like I've said many times before, AI is as core as a technology for the future of hardware as the touchscreen has been for technology over the past 20 years, right? Apple owns the technology and the patents and everything behind touchscreen and multi-touch, those gestures that we all take for granted today. With AI, Apple has tried to do something similar, build those models in-house and own the core tech, like they own the touchscreen, like they own some of the camera tech, like they own with their processors and all their products now. But what are you supposed to do if it's not very good? You have to find an alternative. You have to go outside and use a partner. They tried to go in-house. It didn't work. They're going to pull back, in my view, go external, use external partner, and maybe one day do a brain transplant when your LLMs that you're building internally are good enough for prime time. But something's got to give. Interestingly, they are working concurrently on a new Siri LLM project that uses in-house models, and so there's still many debates internally and options being poured over to decide if they're going to go with Anthropic, OpenAI, or Apple Foundation models for this revamped Siri coming next spring.
By the way, are there AI companies that are in the lead? Like, is OpenAI doing better work, at least in terms of the products that we can access now, than Anthropic, than Google, than Facebook?
You talk to a bunch of people in the industry, you're going to get different opinions. I would say the top two are Anthropic or OpenAI, Google in third, and if you want to talk about the big companies, Meta 4, and round it out with Apple if you're going just for the top 5 biggest companies that have some, meaningful share of the space. You talk to people at Apple, though, the word on the street there is it's all about Anthropic. And so Anthropic is really the focus of Apple for this new generation of Siri. They're using Anthropic to power a lot of their internal AI technology. But again, as I say in my story, Anthropic wants billions of dollars at a scale that doubles annually for Siri to be powered by Claude. And so Apple is now taking a close look at OpenAI as well, which has historically given Apple extraordinarily favorable terms.
Sign of desperation or smart move in terms of what Apple's doing?
It's a smart move in response to desperation.
Interesting also that they could end up working with OpenAI at the same time as OpenAI works with Johnny Ive to build what may be like an iPhone killer, right, Mark?
You've seen Apple go down this road before, like the company that Apple detests more than any other. Like if you were to take Apple executives in a room and say, who do you hate the most in the whole world? They would say Qualcomm. When the 5G transition happened 5 years ago, Apple was at an inflection point like they are today with AI. Are we going to partner with Qualcomm, who we detest, or are we going to miss out on 5G and risk really upsetting customers and losing market share? And so they bit their tongue, partnered with Qualcomm, and behind the scenes, they've been working on a replacement for Qualcomm, and they've just started rolling that out. So you'll see something happen similar with AI, I believe.
Pretty wild stuff. All right. Thank you, as always, Mark. We really appreciate it. Mark Gurman, of course, joining us here with the latest on Apple. As we mentioned, Mark also reminding us the stock was up about 2% here at the close on his reporting. The stock is down 18% year to date, but read all about it, all the details. Mark, again, a Bloomberg exclusive on Apple, joining us. Mark is BN Managing Editor for Global Consumer Technology, joining us out there from the West Coast. Trading day wrapped up, no doubt about it. Some news after the close. Let's head on over to Charlie Pellet for a wrap-up of it all. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we have closed the books on the first half of 2025. It is on to the second half, the third quarter. Yes, the third quarter. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all pushing higher. Bulls driving stocks to records at the end of a solid quarter amid hopes that the U.S. is moving closer to reaching concrete deals with its top trading partners. S&P up 31, up 0.5%. The S&P at 6204. The Dow up 275, up 0.6%. NASDAQ higher today by 0.5%. 10-year 4.22% with a 2-year 3.72%. Spot gold today did advance 0.9%. 33.04 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude 64.99 a barrel, down 0.8%. Recapping, we wrap up the quarter at a record. S&P at 6204, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. Carol Massar, along with Matt Miller, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. A lot going on. We also mentioned earlier how President Donald Trump signed an executive order terminating U.S. sanctions on Syria, aiming to boost the nation's struggling economy and support the new government after rebels overthrew President Bashar al-Assad. That happened, of course, last year. Let's get into it with Bloomberg News National Security Team Leader Nick Wadhams. He is in our Washington, D.C. bureau. This was expected. You guys were reporting this out earlier, Nick. Tell us what the order says and the significance of it, because it does seem significant when Syria still is a little bit up in the air about its future, right?
That's right. I mean, this is a bit of a gamble by the president, essentially saying, okay, we're going to try to put this country back on its feet economically. I mean, Syria has been obviously in a shambles for a long time, both because of civil war, the Islamic State, and then also sanctions dating back many, many years, really crippling U.S. economic sanctions. So President Bashar al-Assad fled the country as the civil war continued. You now have this new interim leader, Ahmed al-Shara. He met with President Trump in May in Saudi Arabia, and there's a real desire just to see what can happen here. Big question, what are they actually able to achieve economically? But, I think what you're seeing is part of the president's philosophy where he's not a huge fan of sanctions. He'd like to see them lifted, and he's willing to take a little bit of a gamble.
But of course, he does leave sanctions on so many people, right? I mean, Bashar al-Assad isn't running Syria anymore. But who is running Syria? If not, anyone who is linked to Bashar al-Assad, human rights abusers, drug traffickers, anyone linked to chemical weapons activities, anyone in ISIS or its affiliates, anyone who's considered an Iranian proxy. I mean, there's a long list of people that are still sanctioned. Are the people who are running Syria now absolutely not
connected or like?
Yeah,
right. I mean, so I think there are a couple of things going on here. One is, as you say, that's all very true. There are tons of sanctions in place. There are also congressional sanctions in place that were passed, by Congress. They're a law, and those have not been repealed. You also have a lot of restrictions around Syria as a state sponsor of terrorism. That designation has not been lifted. This group that the interim president led was designated a foreign terrorist organization too. So, you may not see much of an impact. However, in some ways, it's almost more of a signaling thing, because what you also saw several weeks ago was the Treasury Department essentially released this. It's called a general license, but it's basically a blanket waiver. Listen, if you want to do business in Syria, you can do that, and you don't have to fear punishment. So it's more like giving the green light. That they've taken some of the sanctions off the table, but more broadly, they have said, okay, hey, listen, if you do this business, we're not going to punish you. The other thing that it really does is it sends a signal to aid groups and humanitarian organizations and stuff like that. If they want to do work in Syria, if they want to move in and cooperate with the government, they can do so with less fear of punishment from the U.S., where they're not going to have their assets seized or their bank accounts frozen. They can make payments and things like that. So I would say describe it as sort of a tentative step to get the gears of the Syrian economy turning once again, but very, very early days still.
Hey, Nick, just got about 30 seconds. Timing makes sense. I mean, why is it happening today?
Well, it's tough to know why the administration does things when it does, but, the Treasury Department had pushed this forward. There's also a potential deal bubbling in the background where there may be some rapprochement between Israel and Syria to normalize diplomatic relations. So I think you're seeing a little bit of a dance step here where they say, okay, we take this step, we scratch your back, you scratch ours. When Israel comes knocking about the idea of doing a normalization deal, maybe you're a little more open to that.
All right. So appreciate you jumping on for us. Nick Wadhams, Bloomberg News National Security Team Leader out there in our Washington, D.C. Bureau. All right, folks, getting ready to wrap up on the Monday edition of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're not quite done yet. We're going to get into stocks on the move. That's coming up right here on Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody. Carol Master along with Matt Miller. Matt in for Tim for a couple of days here, joining me here on
The whole
Bloomberg Business
week.
Week Daily. I know. Well, we're off on Friday.
I know, but
And Thursday.
every week that you're on, I'm in for Tim. Every day that you're on this week, I'm in for Tim.
Thank you.
You know?
I'm so glad. I love
Even
Matt here.
on like Bloomberg Business Week,
what
on Thursday is going to be from noon to 2.
I'm not doing it then.
You're not. It's me and Romaine.
No.
Yeah.
Wow. That's pretty amazing.
It's going to be sweet,
Wow.
like chocolate and peanut butter.
I'm going to be heading home. But I'll listen to you in the car, kind of. All right, I will. I'm Carol Master along with Matt Miller. Let's get to some of the stocks on the move.
Wait a second. You're going to be in the car on Thursday?
I might be in the car,
Just
but
driving around from noon to 2?
I got places to go.
Definitely tune in to channel 121 on Sirius XM.
Just to hear your dulcet tones. All right, let's get to some of the stocks on the move. Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Grafeo is in the house. Emily, HPE, who'd have thunk? But I guess when the Justice Department does a resolution and right?
Yeah, I mean, there had been a lot of questions about whether this deal with Hewlett-Packard Enterprise and Juniper Networks was actually going to go through, and we did get that news that the DOJ cleared this deal. They settled their lawsuit challenging HPE's $13 billion takeover of Juniper Networks. So Juniper is a internet infrastructure company, so think routers, switches, and then Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, HPE, is the like enterprise solutions storage part of HP. Of course, the two companies split, HP
So they can use
and
their
HPE.
networking stuff in their storage, right? Like this is all.
HPE owns the
guess.
3 fastest supercomputers in the world.
Yeah, this seems like a
learned that
deal
today.
that makes sense, and obviously the shareholders liked it too because that stock was up 13%, and then Juniper Networks was also up as well.
Top performers. HPE, the top performer in the S&P 500. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about antitrust because I feel like when Trump came into this presidency, there were a lot of questions like, is he going to be anti-merging? Is he going to be more like easy on regulation? So at least here's two companies that have gotten the go-ahead to merge.
So we had actually had a woman on from HPE, an executive. You know what she told us about the deal?
Trish Domkroger.
Nothing.
Oh, Trish Domkroger.
She couldn't say anything about it.
No, she couldn't.
She just said they're happy.
She's Chief Product Officer, General Manager of High Performance Computing and
We
AI.
had her on to talk about the energy needs of AI.
But you were kind of blown away.
I was blown away. She was an amazing. I would recommend going back and listening, and I would hopefully we have her back on again because she was amazing. But I just think it's interesting because speaking of energy, your next stock is Nextera.
Next stock is
you had a
Next
plan
Air.
here.
That was really good. Next Air Energy, ticker NEE, N-E-E. It was down 2% today. This is a solar and wind provider, and the solar
Then no
stocks.
wonder it's down.
Yes, they've been very reactive to policy changes, and so the latest version of Donald Trump's spending package that we got out of the Senate looks like it's going to be phasing out key tax incentives for wind and solar projects. So that's not good for names like Nextera that have really benefited from those tax credits. I guess also maybe consumers pulling back from buying solar panels. If there's like an uncertain macro environment,
I'd
I'm
love
not sure
to
if
see
it's
the solar panel
policy
demand
related
chart.
or
I'm
that.
not sure if it's up and to the right, but
Yeah.
My brother's just bought a bunch of solar panels.
do you have any solar panels?
I have a small, little row house, so I don't have a huge roof.
I thought you would have one on the yacht.
We did. Well, past one. Not this one. We don't. We have wind.
The old yacht.
Yeah. We have a wind vane though.
Nice.
Yeah.
There's a lot of wind on a
That's
sailboat.
good. That makes sense.
That's what you hope for.
You hope there. Well said. Well said. All right. Let's talk Robinhood.
Okay, Robinhood markets ticker Hood, H-O-O-D. This was an all-time high. They launched tokenized U.S. securities trading in Europe. So what is that? Well, it allows traders in Europe to get access to U.S. securities.
It's actually
They're
quite
saying
cool.
24 hours a day, 5 days a week. Bloomberg News has been following this. So they previously reported that this product was in development, but today we actually got the news that this is going through. And then I didn't know this, but I learned today that until now, the firm's customers, so Robinhood customers, only had access to crypto trading on
Outside of the
Robinhood
US.
outside of,
Yeah.
well, I'm not sure outside of the US, but at least in the EU.
Okay.
So they're picking up a lot of potentially new customers now. If you
Yeah.
only used Robinhood to buy Bitcoin, now you're in the EU, you can
Builds out a market
invest in the
too,
US
right?
stock
If
market.
we think about
Right, without having to, because you can't buy stocks on their platform, and you might not have any other way
Yeah.
to access U.S. stocks. So this is a way to do that, and I think it's pretty fascinating. And as a result, the shares were up big, right? So what was the gain at the end of the day? 12, almost 13% at the close.
And that was
That's $10 to an $85 stock. That's pretty big.
It's a lot.
Yeah, a record high. If you look at a chart,
See what Robinhood's doing this year?
vertical and all the way up.
It's up 151%.
Yeah, and
this year.
they did not get in the S&P 500, but maybe next quarter they will. I
Yeah.
follow index rebalancing, so that was kind of the story.
$82 billion market cap company.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
a lot of retail investors use Robinhood.
I know.
I interview
know,
them.
I know.
I mean, the
You
stock
covered
over the
well.
last 12 months, let's see, doubled, tripled, quadrupled. Quadrupled.
Yeah, it's a big one. It's a big one, big one. All right, we got to run. Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Graffeo, thank you so much. Check out our new Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes, biggest winners and losers. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. That's going to do it for this edition of Bloomberg.